Welcome, everybody. I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I'll be presiding over this work session of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. This format is new to all of us. It's not that new to all of us, but we may foresee unforeseen glitches and mistakes. Please be patient with us as we do our best and make this all work. The purpose of this meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before us and to make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only committee members and committee analysts and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in this work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel, and it'll also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We are also broadcasting the audio for this meeting on the legislature's website. We will try to keep up to date with what item we're work sessioning for those who are watching later, so they can fast forward to the bill that they're most interested in. If you are obviously, if you are participating in this meeting and your camera is on, you can be seen, and if your microphone is on, you can be heard. So please manage that appropriately. Let's see. This continues to be a public meeting, so I'll remind everybody that chat is going to be used for technical issues and for only technical issues, or if sharing a link. If you have any technical issues, please reach out to our committee clerk. And at this point, we will ask everyone to introduce themselves. So Representative Geiger, if you could start us off.
Thank you, Senator Curry. My name is Valley Geiger. I'm representative of District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133, which is Brooksville, Brooklyn, Blue Hill, Castine, Sedgwick, and Surrey.
Good morning. I'm Amanda Collimore. I represent House District 106, Pittsfield, Clinton, and Detroit.
And good morning, I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good morning, Representative Jack Ducharme, House District 111, covering Madison, Norridgewock, and Solon.
Good morning, Maine from Gray. It's a beautiful morning here. This is Representative Sue Austin. I represent portions of Gray, Raymond, Casco, and I've been given the privilege of having the entire island of Fry Island out in Big Sebago Lake. So I have a great district. Thank you, folks.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, Winthrop, Reedfield, North Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, representing part of Gorham and a small part of North Scarborough.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District 149, and that's Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden.
Good morning. I am Representative Tiffany Roberts, your House Chair, representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And good morning, I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County, Senate District 11. With that, a couple more announcements. As we get started here, we'll continue the format of members speaking with the leave of the chair. Materials will be presented through our committee website, or if our done it once again, I failed to introduce our amazing staff, and so I will. Ms. Breton, Jody Breton, is our committee clerk who is managing all of the technology and much of the reports and the votes. Thank you, Ms. Breton. And Ms. Rachel Olson is our committee analyst who will be Rachel Olson will be delivering our starting off each of the bills with the bill analysis, and is doing massive legwork behind the scenes to help us understand all the impacts of the bills. And with that, we will now open up a work session for LD 804. And I will ask Ms. Olson to Are you going to be sharing the screen and walking us through this? Or are you directing us to another screen? Or directing us to the report?
The report is posted on the electronic LD file. It's also available in your email. I sent them all out just moments before the meeting began. But I will share my screen as seems the committee appreciates that.
I think so. Go ahead.
We're starting with 8:04, I believe, this morning.
Correct.
Okay. All right, then this morning we have in front of us LD 804, which is an act to require notice for orthopedic medical device recalls. The bill requires a hospital or ambulatory surgical facility to notify patients when the hospital or ambulatory surgical facility receives a notice that an orthopedic medical device that the hospital or ambulatory surgical facility has provided to a patient has been subjected to market withdrawal or United States Food and Drug Administration requested recall. Notice must be provided to the patient in writing within 30 days and include identification of the specific device, a concise explanation of the reason for the recall and the hazards involved, if any, and specific action steps and a point of contact for the patient. It also sets forth that a violation would be a civil violation if an individual or entity fails to provide the proper notification. They would be subject to a fine of not less than $500 and not more than $5,000 for each violation if it was an individual, and if it's an entity such as a hospital or surgical facility, they would be subject to a fine of not less than $2,000 and not more than $15,000 for each violation. There were a couple of requests for information. Some of these things I just wasn't able to ascertain through looking. First question was, what is the standard practice around a hospital or a surgical center, the ambulatory surgical facility, notifying a patient of a recall? And this was not readily available on websites that I looked at hospitals or surgical centers. In reading of 21 Code of Federal Regulations, Chapter 7, which is the FDA's policy and regulations around manufacturer recall. What a hospital or surgical center has to do varies depending on the recall strategy set forth by the manufacturer. And I would imagine that the size and the available resources of a facility probably dictate its recall strategy as well. So I wasn't able to ascertain that information. I did send out an email to the division within the state that licenses hospitals and surgical centers or authorizes them for this information about how many facilities are in the state. And I did not receive information back as of this morning. So I don't have the number of surgical centers or hospitals that offer orthopedic medical device surgeries. There was a question around what devices are considered orthopedic medical devices. Those are outlined in Part 888 of Title 21 in the Code of Federal Regulations, which I've linked there, and that is a definition that's referenced within the bill. But as an overview, this includes prosthetic devices for the repair of, it's a long list, but they're mostly joints, but it does also include the spine, ankle joints, elbow joints, finger joints, hips, knees, shoulders, toes, wrists. So all of your joints basically, and then other repairs of bone that have been broken or fractured. So this could include putting plates or pins or something like that in. I know we have some people who have much more experience with the medical background. So hopefully I didn't butcher some of that. The complete list is provided in and linked for your reference. So the other question, and there, I think because this is a lot of this is unknown to the consumer, is what are the federal statutes or rules surrounding this issue? And we had an individual provide testimony that stated that these rules, regulations are a part of the 21 Code of Federal Regulations, which is Title 21, Section 7. I've attached that below. It's quite lengthy, but I've summarized some of the highlights here. So to kind of put the process together, this section of the Code of Federal Regulations provides guidance for manufacturers and distributors. So it's recommended guidance about the process to follow with respect to their voluntary removal or correction of marketed products, defective products. So a recall is a voluntary action. It's an alternative to an FDA initiated court action, but they are in fact voluntary. They can be FDA requested, but they can also be manufacturer initiated. They can be taken at any time by manufacturers and distributors or at the request of the FDA. The request is reserved for urgent situations and is directed to the firm that has the primary responsibility for the manufacture and marketing of the product being recalled. Then a firm has to develop a recall strategy that's going to suit the individual circumstances of that particular recall. The factors to help determine what an appropriate recall strategy would be are outlined. The things you have to consider when developing your strategy are outlined in section 7.42, as well as the elements of what your strategy needs to include. And specifically, there are two elements of note in relation to today's bill. One is the depth of recall, so how far down the chain you would have to go. So the manufacturer might have to let a wholesaler know. And then they would also have to let them know, does that wholesaler then need to let the businesses or the hospitals or the surgeons know if they have to pass that information down that far down the line? And then once they receive it, do those organizations, the hospitals, ambulatory surgical facilities, or surgeons, do they then have to pass that information on to patients? So depth of recall would go down the chain. And also the method of public warning or notification. The strategy will specify whether public warning is needed, and if so, in what ways that public warning will be issued. Like direct contact to the patient is one option, but it could also be just posting it on the FDA's weekly enforcement report. It might be through general news outlets or specific news outlets. So there are a level that would be identified within the recall strategy. Section 7.49 also addresses recall communications. It requires the firm to promptly notify each of its affected direct accounts, but the communication should be commensurate with the hazard of the product being recalled and the strategy developed for the recall. The communication would outline if the direct account needed to extend the recall to its consignees, and if so, how far and to what extent, as I just mentioned. Additionally, the FDA will, and this is coming directly from the law, promptly make available to the public in the weekly FDA enforcement report a descriptive listing of each new recall according to its classification and whether it was an FDA requested or firm initiated action. Those FDA weekly enforcement reports are available on the FDA's website related to medical device recalls. In some cases, the FDA will intentionally delay public notification in order to prevent unnecessary and harmful anxiety in patients and where initial consultation between patients and their physicians is essential. I will note that that section is the only section that uses the word patients in the entire regulation. And the need to notify patients or where physicians would need to consult with patients would be identified within the specific recall strategies, which would vary by manufacturer and product and recall situation. I'll also note that the weekly report that the FDA releases does not include what are considered market withdrawals or stock recoveries. That's a lot to digest. The FDA does put out a little informational primer on its website on what is a medical device recall, which I've attached, linked here, and given you a PDF version as well. Referenced state and federal statutes are included at the end of the bill analysis. A couple of individuals offered suggestions for amendments to the bill for you to consider. Those are in their testimony. They varied in how formal the suggestions were. And just other things to consider. There was a question that was brought up during the public hearing about whether or not this law would conflict with federal law. So in this case, consideration would be on whether federal laws around medical device recalls impliedly preempt state law. That can come in two forms called field preemption or conflict preemption. It's, as the bill is written, it's not really able to determine if that would take place. That would most likely be determined through some type of future litigation or further research. And the other thing of note just to consider is that the FDA guidelines as outlined in 21 CFR Section 7 cover all medical devices, not just orthopedic medical devices. And there has been no determination of a fiscal impact yet. So that's what I have for you today. As I've mentioned, I've included state and federal statutes down here. Ambulatory surgical facility is defined in Maine law, and then the bill also refers to market withdrawal and recall, and those are the definitions from 21 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 7. Right, I'm happy to answer questions related to this that the committee might have at this time, and I do believe we have some individuals in the waiting room who are here to also answer questions if the committee has any.
Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Olson, just briefly run through, I believe it's the amendment from the Maine Medical Association.
Yeah, Mr. Austin?
Yes.
Yes. Yep, let me pull that up from his testimony. Sorry, the testimony didn't load. One second. There we go. So this is from Jeff Austin, who's from the Maine Hospital Association, who spoke to the committee during the public hearing. He proposed a change in the language, but also in the location. So he suggested including a provision within Title 22 Part 3, which is where hospitals are regulated. And he suggested the following: that any hospital or ambulatory surgical facility that is contacted by a manufacturer of an orthopedic medical device, which is subject to an FDA recall or market withdrawal, shall contact any patient who received the device consistent with the recall strategy, which is defined in 21 CFR Section 7.3.
Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is the amendment replacing the bill, or where is it? Would it be added in?
Yes, this amendment would be replacing the bill. And yeah, it would be a strike and replace. So we would remove this and then we would add Title 22 to Part 3. I would have to look to see exactly where in Part 3, if we need to create a new section or if it could be a paragraph added at the end of a existing section.
Ms. Olson,
yes.
Can you bring that down? I'd like to see the committee.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So before we go too far down an amendment, I'd like to hear from the bill sponsor and welcome Senator Keim. And because I also don't know where you are on this amendment, and so I wanted to give you a moment and give the committee members opportunity to ask you questions. So welcome. Anything you'd like to say about the bill before we get into questions?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for letting me talk with you about this bill. And I just, before I get started, I have to say I enjoy your talk and communication between each other before you get on Zoom. It's really fun to watch you guys enjoy each other over Zoom, which I don't think I've seen any other committee do. So you're unique, which is a good thing. So to the amendment. Okay, so I did look over the amendment, and I understand a couple of issues that the hospitals have. One is that in the bill, it's very prescriptive as far as what the facility would have to tell the patient. And what the facilities are saying is they may not have all that information. So we can't create a law saying you have to tell the patient all this information that they don't have to tell them. So I think that needs to be addressed. The other issue, the strong issue I have with the amendment that's proposed is that it gives no timeline. And it's suggested that waiting 30 days may not always be appropriate. And that's absolutely the truth. But who would think that a hospital would wait 30 days just because the law gives them up to 30 days to make notice? But I think if we don't put any time frame on there, then we're not putting enough weight onto the fact that notice should go out. And I recognize that in some of the guidelines federally, it's saying, well, you may not necessarily have to tell the patient. Maybe it's fine if we just put it in the newspaper or something like that. But I go back to thinking about if it was a device implanted in my body, would I want it, and even if it doesn't rise to the level of, super great concern, if there's enough concern that they want to put something in the newspaper or some sort of notice, I feel like I, as the person with that device in my body, have the right to have someone reach out to me and say, hey, guess what? Here's a little more information about the device that's in your body. That's publicly known, and we just want to make sure you have it as well. So I think that we should go further than what's outlined in that amendment, although, also recognizing that there's some limitations there as well. I've been working on this bill with the co-sponsor, Poppy Arford, and she and I have been talking a lot about how do we get some more voices in on this, because what's hard is when you as a state do something that there isn't sort of a boilerplate method of doing, it takes a little bit of background work, to figure out how do we do this and do it well and actually accomplish what we want to accomplish. And she found a patient advocate who has expertise in this area, actually from California. And I know that she's on the Zoom now. Her name is Linda Raddick. And I hope I'm pronouncing that last name correctly. I haven't actually spoken with Linda yet. Poppy, Representative Arford, is the one that has been talking with her and brought her on board. So I think it would be helpful for us to hear from her and hear what she has to add. And then what I'm thinking is that we need more work on the language, and that possibly, I could come back to you with language revision. Again, at a later time, if the committee is in fact interested in, which I hope they are, in moving this forward in some measure, that at least, we are getting notice to patients and ensuring that they get notice personally and to them. That, that's the goal.
Thank you very much, Senator Keim. Is there a committee member that would have a question for the individual that Ms. Keim referenced, Ms. Raddick? Is there a committee member who would like to invite Ms. Raddick in? Senator Searway?
Yeah, what I do have a question also for Senator Keim.
Great. Go ahead,
So,
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With this bill, that the way you've got it designed, does it reflect mirror FDA? Because, it says this would take out all but the orthodontics and not all the other. And I'm kind of concerned about that when I think we need FDA to be mirrored as far as what they have in place. And then maybe what this also brings to the table, but what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe the language could say something that reflecting that the actual hospital or ambulatory surgical facility would only be responsible for passing on to the patient the same information that they got from the manufacturer, rather than outline, so that would, I think, mirror more what the federal regulations are, because they are requiring that the surgical facility or the hospital, they're requiring the manufacturer to have a plan, right? To create a plan about their withdrawal, their recall strategy. And so I think that we would probably want the surgical facility or the hospital to only provide that information to the patient. Say, here's the strategy and information that's been provided to us by the manufacturer. So I think that would reflect accurately then that we're only requiring them to pass on the same information as they received. And I think that reflects it. But where it differs is if the recall strategy says, oh, you don't have to tell the patient, we would be saying, oh, yes, you do.
Okay. So yeah, and I wouldn't, I guess if I wouldn't mind if we wanted to bring the individual up that you have brought to have on it, if it's up to you, the committee, to allow it.
Yeah. Great. Senator Sirway, do you have a question for, welcome, Ms. Raddick. Do you have a question for Ms. Raddick? Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to have a kind of a prerequisite on that. Upon hearing that information, would we be able to have those in the waiting room that have been working with us on this be able to react or give us their opinion? Would that be possible? Because this is kind of after the fact information, which I know is important and we would not want not to allow, but I'm just thinking that this is work session, not hearing. And I'd like to be able to have those that have, especially as that we have an amendment from the Maine Hospital Association, to be able to have their opinion upon that. Would that be approved?
That seems completely reasonable. Let's, right now, we don't have an amendment before us. No, nothing's been moved. So currently we have, we might have one in a moment. And so I would expect that if there's someone in the waiting room that has expertise that you would want to request to give that, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Why don't we deal with it rather than carte blanche? I think we got to be careful about turning work sessions into public hearings and public hearings into work sessions. So, but that's what the discretion is for. So if there's someone that's here in the room that has expertise that we want, I think we can request it and we'll move forward that way.
Thank you so much.
So Senator Sirway, you had a question for Ms. Raddick.
Yes. Yeah. I just, is she on?
She is on. Yes. Yeah. Welcome,
okay.
Ms.
Raddick. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I just asked Ms. Raddick to speak, maybe reading the language of what she feels this would be for, would help on what we're going to possibly be trying to improve on this bill, because apparently right now it doesn't reflect the FDA part, and just need to know more what your language you think that it should be to improve it.
Thank you, Senator Sirway. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. One minor correction, I'm in Seattle, Washington area, not California. Not quite sure what happened there. I am, first of all, very impressed that the state of Maine would take on this concern. patients simply do not have enough consumer protections, especially when it comes to medical implants. And what I see here is an opportunity for you to build a base upon which you can extend out some greater protections that would really benefit the patients. When you're talking about recalls with the FDA, there are a whole lot of weeds in this patch. And to get into all of them right now would just not be appropriate. But there are a variety of reasons for these recalls, and some of them are not going to impact the patient. It might be that there was a component that actually wasn't properly packaged. So that's a stock issue. It's not a health hazard. And that's not something that a patient needs to know, particularly. The hospitals need to know, the ambulatory surgery centers need to know, so that they remove whatever that is from their stock. Unless something is specifically found related to that affects the patient health. And that comes from the manufacturers and from the adverse event reporting to the FDA. The amendment, as was proposed by the Maine Hospital Association, does seem to remove from them any specifics in terms of timeline or information. And I think the bill should be very, very clear about what it is you're actually trying to do. It's not just notifying patients of anything related to an implant that's in them. Although I agree with Senator Keim that if this is something they feel is important enough to put in a newspaper announcement, then yeah, the individual patient should be notified. The problem is to get the recall plan from the manufacturer can be really difficult. The FDA's guidelines on timeframes are often ignored. So that's all the more reason for this bill to give the hospitals and ambulatory surgery centers a timeline of some sort. Those recall notices from the FDA or from the manufacturer are often very, very delayed. And sometimes it takes them 3, 4, 5 years to decide that this particular issue is actually a health threat. In which case, you want the patient notified as quickly and as efficiently as possible when it finally reaches the hospital. So it's a complicated, in terms of its language, to be as specific as possible as you can be without boxing yourself into something that is unworkable. And you don't want to set up ways for hospitals or manufacturers to push back on loopholes and end up with nothing for all your hard work. So I love the idea of this. I'm not sure that the language as it sits or as suggested for amendment is going to really meet the goal. And
I guess that's what I was, if I can just go a little further, Mr. Chair.
Please do.
I just wanted to see what you suggested for a language for this.
At this point, I even don't have something specific because this is the first time out of the gate. As far as I know, there is no state that has any law like this. You are truly treading the way, making something available that isn't available anywhere else and should be. You would be setting a model.
Chair recognizes Representative Roberts. Thank you, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Reddick. I'm sorry, I missed. Can you just repeat for the committee your background?
Yes, I am a 10+ year student of the FDA and medical devices related to hips, knees, and other joints as a result of my own experience with failed hip implants and damaging health things that have cascaded from that. I am associated with Locally, our Washington Advocates for Patient Safety was a founding member of that organization in 2011. I am associated with the USA Patient Network, which was formed out of training from the National Center for Health Research in Washington, D.C. It's an organization that is independent. We take no money from any manufacturer or anyone except donations. And we speak for patient safety, for things that will protect patients and provide greater access. I'm also a member of the Patient Safety Action Network, another national network, which was formerly the Consumers Union Safe Patient Project. And I have testified in front of the FDA on multiple occasions about medical device implant issues, and have followed them quite closely so that I understand how things are put on the market. The recalls are complicated.
I guess my question to you would be where my thought process is right now, and you're saying that we're the first state to tackle this, and my thinking is a couple fold here, is that the hurdles that we are facing are around preemption with the FDA in regards to timelines, in regards to devices. I'm not sure that we want to find that out via litigation, but there definitely seems to be some potential preemption problems here if we are dictating timelines or devices or anything that would try to supersede the federal law. And so I think that's where we're running into an issue. Is this something that you have heard before?
It's something I've thought about, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think there needs to be a very clear understanding of the culture that exists with regulatory issues before you try to insert the patient safety portion of it, so that that doesn't happen, or you don't end up with a bill that's actually paralyzed because, as you said, the federal government, the federal agencies have preempted that with their standards.
Great, thank you.
I want this bill to go somewhere. I'm just not sure that this is exactly how you want to approach it.
Thank you. Chair Representative recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Morning. Thank you, Senator Curry. I understand the need for recall notification, and I'm not sure if this question is for Senator Keim or for Ms. Raddick, but do you see any concerns, number one, with there doesn't appear to be any kind of option in the event that the healthcare facility tries to reach out to someone and can't reach them within the 30 days. I'm concerned that we're setting up a law that healthcare facilities are not going to be able to comply with through no fault of their own. And then, oh, by the way, if you don't comply with this law, we're going to slap you with a $2,000 to $15,000 fine. Knowing how mobile people are, particularly as they age and start selling off houses in the Northeast and moving to the Southwest or to the Southeast, someone who has an orthopedic device implanted in Bangor, maybe in Scottsdale, Arizona, and EMMC has no idea where they are because there is really no tracking to any extent. I mean, I had a knee operation a number of years ago. I don't remember how many years ago, and quite frankly, I don't even remember what hospital I was in. So, you know, I just think that this is kind of one of those slippery slopes that we're kind of sticking our finger in, that I don't know if we can support, and I fear that. I think the idea of notification is great. I just think that the 30-day notification, I think there has to be some rule in there that says, if you notify by X method and you don't get a response, then okay, you've done your job. Would you speak to that? Either one of you, whoever.
Chair recognizes Senator Kime.
Yeah, I will, since it's this goes into language and what I'm working on here in the state. So I think absolutely you've brought up a great point. I think that what we could do is request that they give notice to the last known address or something along that line. And I do believe that there is a way to work with the language suggested by the Maine Hospital Association. I do believe we can use that language, find a way to, insert some timeliness into that, and come up with a way that recognizes that, yes, I mean, we don't expect them to, hire someone to go find people, right? Like they just need to do their due diligence and make an effort. Which I don't think it shouldn't be an issue. I don't think it is an issue.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Raddick, if you'd like to address that.
I mean, that is one of the issues with notification, no matter who it comes from. Loss to follow-up is an issue. But if the hospitals can provide evidence that they have made a good effort to make contact, as Senator Kime said, with the last known address, then they would be in compliance. Maybe another way to amend this that puts some of the information at the patient's hands to begin with would be to amend the bill to say that hospitals and emergency ambulatory surgery centers, must provide the patient with specific information related to their implanted device at the time of discharge. And that could include a statement about the importance of keeping their contact information current. Now, that puts some of the onus on the patient, obviously, but they always should be given a copy of the device labels that come on every single part of any implant system that's put in a joint, and they should be given contact information for where and how to file an adverse event report, as well as the manufacturer's contact information. And they would want to have a record of the doctor and the surgery center or hospital, so that they have that in their hands to go back to if they start developing some problems. Even if they're in Scottsdale, Arizona, they can go back and at least say, I have this point of contact, let me check that to see where I can go. Okay. So you're making it a dual responsibility to stay informed about what's happening with your medical device implant. Patients don't know that this information is available, and they don't know that they need it, but they do.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have a question for Ms. Raddick? Representative Hassenfuss.
Yeah, Mr. Raddick, I'm struggling to find where the hole is that the state needs to fill with this legislation. So I'm looking at what the FDA, how they classify things, class 1, class 2, class 3. Mm-hmm. Class 1 is a situation where there's a reasonable chance that the product will cause serious health problems or death. Class 2 is a situation where a product may cause a temporary or reversible problem, or where there's a slight chance that it may cause serious health problems or death. And class 3 is a situation where the product is not likely to cause any health problem or injury. I can certainly see where class 1, yes, notify as soon as possible. 60 days might even be too long. Class 3, the product is not likely to cause any health problems or injury. Do we need to do more than what the FDA requires in that situation? And of course, there's also the personal injury attorneys who can file medical malpractice claims against doctors or against manufacturers. And so I'm just wondering where the hole is that the state of Maine needs to do more than what the federal government's doing and what attorneys and manufacturers are doing.
Words look good on paper. It's the devil is in the actual execution. And I think that's where we stand for Maine to find a hole. There is language within the FDA regulation that talks about notifying patients, but to my knowledge, that rarely ever happens. I've never received notification about any of the devices that have been put in me that have clearly failed. And the only reason I knew that my problems were related to that device is I stumbled across a multi-district litigation case on Google. That should not be. So I think the whole really is patients need to have better information provided to them from the regulatory process. With class 1 devices, absolutely. And potentially class 2, just because they're not sure yet whether that could cause a health hazard, but definitely class 1. And there's just no requirement for anybody to do that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reddick. At this point, I want to recognize that Senator Austin has requested. Was there a specific person in the waiting room that you're asking for, Senator Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I don't know who's out there, but I'm assuming that there were a few that had been following on the hearing day. So
I'll check on the participant
I'd be
list.
happy to hear from anybody. I think this is kind of important to see if there's some balance in their thinking to this whole issue.
Okay, and Ms. Breton, let's see, can you check in with Ann Robinson to see who she represents? And I'll ask you to switch in Ann Robinson and switch out. Thank you very much, Ms. Raddick. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Representative Geiger has had her hand up for a long time. I don't know if she'd like to speak
Thank you
before
very
this
much.
happens or wait.
Yes, be happy to do that. So, Ms. Let's see. My screen is getting Ms. Breton, my screen is getting a little crowded. Can you switch out Ms. Raddick and Ms. Geiger? You have a question. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a question to Senator Keim. Senator Keim, I'm a nurse, have spent many years in health policy, am a fierce advocate of patient knowledge, and it does feel like to me that compared to pharmaceuticals, there is a gaping hole for devices. Both in the research that has to be done and the studies that have to be done before we start using them, and then what happens afterwards. So I like the idea of your bill. I agree with you and some of the other testimony that it has issues that may make it impossible to follow, both practically and legally. I'm wondering if some combination of the MMA amendment with timelines might get us there. I agree with you that without timelines, it's pointless, but I'm well familiar, just as an example, of a hip prosthetic used by that a lot of Maine patients received that failed, and many of them were never notified. of a colleague that I worked with who was in agony for years. And it took many visits to many different orthopedic providers before she found out that the device she had in had failed, had recall problems. And then she also struggled for years to find an orthopedic surgeon who would deal with it, since it was somebody else's issue. So I couldn't agree with you more that there is work that needs to be done here, and I'm hoping we can find a way to amend your bill so that it is both practical for hospitals and ambulatory surgical units to follow and can stand up to legal challenge.
Thank you, Representative, for mentioning that. I do think there is a way. Yes, I mean, I had reached out to the Maine Hospital Association lobbyist, Jeff Austin, last night, saying, here's some ideas around an amendment, and we just haven't had time to connect again about that. But that was the concern I raised with him, is, your language gives no timeline. So yeah, I think there's a possibility there. I also wonder, what you brought up makes me concerned that why wouldn't patients, or maybe they do, but patients, when they leave the hospital, should know the name and everything of the implant that's in them, so that, as your friend had happened to her and my constituent, which is why this bill is here, if they are having problems, why aren't they looking it up? Why isn't the next person who, the next provider just saying, oh, here's your device, let's look this up? That seems like a no-brainer. I don't know, when you think about recalls with vehicles, that's why I'm stumped by this. But yes, I think we can. I think I can work with language. I don't see Jeff Austin in the attendee space, but I could get back to the committee with amended language.
Thank you. And I see Ms. Robinson is here. Thank you for being here today. So I think the question that Representative Austin, you had a question for a person from the medical industry. Would you like to ask your question?
I can make this so easy for everybody. I would just like to hear their opinion upon this information that, we have now heard from the lady that has been brought in to, I guess I'd say testify, although it wasn't in that format. But if there's anything that they can, if perhaps Ms. Robinson or anyone out there could add to it, I would appreciate it.
Ms. Robinson, if you could introduce yourself first. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Curry. And Representative Roberts, members of the committee. Ann Robinson. I'm with Pierce Atwood, and I represent Spectrum Healthcare Partners. I did testify at the hearing, as did Lori Dorr, who is in charge of compliance for the ambulatory surgical center that Spectrum has. And so I appreciate the opportunity to respond. And there are a number of points that have been raised here. I think, frankly, that the statements that Ms. Raddick made really underscore why a state approach to this issue is problematic, and, as we spoke of earlier, likely preempted, or at least certainly possibly preempted. But in any case, many of the things that she spoke of, to the extent that if they do occur, and I would suggest that we don't even have any empirical evidence of it, but to the extent that they are occurring, much of what she spoke of had to do with what the manufacturer does in the first instance, and the surgeons have no control over that. So that's one point I would make. Secondly, one of the inherent problems in statutorily dictating a particular time period is that it is not always possible to determine within 30 days who should be notified, leaving aside the issue of whether it's even going to be helpful to the patient in all instances to notify them if the risk that was discovered is of no consequence to that particular patient. But in some cases, it will take longer than 30 days. Ms. Olson provided you with the link to the the FDA list of medical devices that's referenced in the bill, that is a very comprehensive list. It's not just the artificial knee itself, if you will, or the hip. It's right down to the screws and other components, if you will, of the procedure that don't have serial numbers. They're not traceable in that same way that the major substantive aspect of the implant is. So it would be difficult. Now, Senator Kine was saying, and there's a separate issue about what would the content of the notice be? And she was suggesting that notice should include whatever the manufacturer gave them. Well, think about it from the patient's point of view. You get this letter in the mail with this manufacturer notice that was an appropriate communication to the FDA perhaps, or to the provider, but now you're the patient and that's what you get in the mail. I'm not sure how helpful that's really going to be. As Ms. Dorr testified, the practice in many instances, most instances, is the surgeon wants to call the patient directly and explain the situation one-on-one with that person. What does this mean? And what does it mean for you? Having the address at the point of discharge, that's good for a day. I mean, the issue is, what happens 5 years later when you're trying to find that patient. And one of the other points that I had made in my testimony is that, and this gets back to the issue of why the FDA has this approach that is supposed to be tailored to the specific nature of the problem and the nature of the risk, is that there can sometimes be a window of risk, that if you're going to experience a problem, it might be in the first few days post-surgery, if you're going to have that problem at all. And so there's no point in notifying a patient who had the surgery 5 years ago. You're only going to create a lot of undue angst and confusion for that patient. And so, again, that's why the FDA has this hierarchy of risk and situations and requires a substantive determination that is appropriate to the circumstance. You consider the patient cohort that's affected. Is it all patients? Is it patients of a certain age? Is it men? Is it women? Is it children? What is it and what's appropriate in that instance? And I would also say that, one of the other issues with state by state legislation is, imagine you're a patient on the border and you get this, and in the days of social media, now you're on Facebook talking about the notice that you got, and you've got somebody over there in New Hampshire wondering why they didn't get the same notice. Now, I grant you're the Maine legislature, and you're not here to worry, I suppose, about New Hampshire residents, but think about it if it were the other way around. So,
Ms. Robinson, I'm going to ask you to wrap up there. I know we have a couple
I appreciate it. Thank you,
here.
Senator.
So, Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. I guess I'm not sure who to direct it to. So let me just pose it. Maybe the committee can help me figure this out.
I'd like the only questions. The only questions now at this point, and I think I want to bring us back in because it feels like we're moving into back into public hearing, and I don't want to go there. So I'm going to say thank you to Senator Kime, and I asked Jody. Ms. Breton to bring Senator Kime back into the attendee list. And if you could hang on to your questions to either the analyst or to Ms. Robinson. So those are our two options right now.
I'll direct my question to Ms. Robinson. Ms. Robinson, and I don't want to necessarily make this comparison, but it's the one that pops into my head because this is obviously about people's bodies and health and safety. But if there's a problem with my car, I get a letter from Ford or GM notifying me that I need to have an issue fixed. I don't get a call from the poor car salesman who's working his butt off to make a commission to try to sell cars. That's not necessarily his job to go through and call all his people he sold vehicles to let them know there's problems with their car. So I'm wondering where we put the onus on this, and if there was perhaps a better way to go about requiring, and I know that there's probably gets into a whole issue around health records and privacy, but is there might you envision or have you heard of anything where more onus is put on the manufacturer of whether it's a hip replacement or whatever it is, the manufacturer of those components being required to take more additional action to notify patients that there's a problem with something that was put inside their body, essentially? Just curious to get your reaction to that.
Well, thank you, Representative Bailey. So whether there is more that the manufacturer should be doing in certain instances, to the extent that there is, I think that that would be something that would be appropriate for the FDA to look at. Maybe they need to either add to or revise the requirements that they have of manufacturers in that regard. I think it would obviously have to be done at that level. I think that you raised the issue of the car, and I think one of the things that we talked about at the hearing a little bit is that first of all, with a car, you do have a serial number, right, that follows with that car. And so a Toyota Camry 1980 or 1995 Toyota Camry is what it is, right? They're all the same. And so there are ways to follow that there through the title to the car, the registration. There are various points of identification that are applicable to cars that are not necessarily applicable to all of the, certainly not to all of the medical devices that are referenced in this book. So that's, in this bill, excuse me. So that's, one issue. And if, as I said in my testimony, if there are faulty brakes, faulty brakes are faulty brakes in any Toyota Camry. It doesn't matter who the driver is. If you're a man or a woman or old or young or a child or have some pre-existing condition, right? Then none of that is going to affect whether that recall is applicable to you or not in the case of a car. And then the final point I think that is relevant to what you said, and I meant to say earlier, is that while we think that the FDA law, right, suffices, one thing that the Maine Hospital Association amendment does do is to give the state jurisdiction, if you will, the enforcement power to say, okay, you do need to comply with this FDA protocol, and the state has its own ability through this bill now, has its own standing, if you will, to enforce it. And I don't think that that's a minor matter. And it sounds as though from Ms. Radnick's statement or testimony, and anything that I've been able to figure out, no other state has legislated in this area. I think most states have recognized this as a federal issue, but that would not be a meaningless aspect of that amendment, is for the state to have jurisdiction. So that's the best I guess I can offer today on that, but thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of comments. One is that medicine has a very long history of paternalism that has slowly given way over the years. For example, Maine Health, starting this month, now puts up every test, the results of every test, the exact numbers of any lab test, any radiology test, every note that I write as a nurse, every note that any physician writes is now in their record and immediately accessible to them, even if it's bad news that their doctor has not yet had an opportunity to share with them, because there is coming to be an understanding that patients have a right to the information that is relevant to their own body. And here we have a gap where there appears to be no requirement that a patient who carries a device in their body knows if there is something wrong with it. States are often the labs for federal change. And I think that's what Senator Keim is suggesting that we do here. I like the MMA amendment, but I do agree with Senator Keim that there needs to be some kind of outside timeline here in order for it to be as effective as we wish it to be, if we're going to go to the trouble to making a change in the law.
That doesn't sound like a question that was more a statement you want to make on it?
This is a work session. correct?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, this work session, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a question. I want to move things along. So I am trying to is this a Representative Collmore, is this a question for Ms. Robinson, or are we starting to get ready to move into discussion?
No, I do have a question to clarify.
Great, thank you. Go ahead,
Thank
please.
you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Robinson, for being with us today for the work session. I do remember your testimony that you had given, and you had brought up the important piece of untraceable parts, like the screws and the possibly plates and things like that that don't have serial numbers on them. But in regards to items that do have serial numbers, like joints, are those serial numbers included in the patient's charts?
It's my understanding that they are. I would want to confirm that with Lori Dorr, who also testified, but that is my understanding that yes, if there's a serial number, then they know that that serial number went to patient X.
Okay, follow up, please, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair?
please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So if that's the case, then it would be my assumption that when somebody moves, for example, when I was in my late teens, I'll call it, into early 20s, I left my hometown for college. And when I left my hometown for college, I, of course, needed a new medical provider in the area in which I was at. So I had my records transferred. So if I had a knee replacement, let's say, that serial number would then come with my medical records to the new provider, correct? So,
yes.
yeah, so I would assume then, in the same sense that we're talking about, because we've used this assumption, or this, not assumption, the example of a car recall, when I get a notification for my call recall, it of course says that these specific VIN numbers, you have to check your VIN number with your dealership to make sure you fall under that, even though it says like 2012 to 2015, you're looking at those specific VIN numbers because that's the only area that was affected under those models. So wouldn't it make sense that in the state of Maine, people coming from New Hampshire, coming from Massachusetts, wherever, when they move to the new doctor, they'd have that serial number? It just seems that it would make sense that that provider would look at that serial number to see if it's been recalled if they're having hip pain. And is that happening?
So if they're having hip pain, I would, again, I want to speak to, Ms. Dorr or one of the surgeons, but if a patient presented with hip pain and was being at that point, treated for that, that the physician would look in the record and see that there and would consider that. I think though that your question brings up a point that struck me in the one proponent's testimony, which was that we don't even know whether that patient in that instance called his physician. So obviously in the example that you just gave, yes, I think if the patient contacts the physician and says, I'm having hip pain, I had a hip transplant, I'm having hip pain, you have my records, that presumably they would look and see that there. Again, that I could confirm that with Lori Dorr, but I don't know why that would not be the case. But this bill is obviously, way beyond that. And as I said, it is dealing with a lot more products and devices than those which have serial numbers. Some of them may have lot numbers and some of them may not even have that. And so that's the problem. And once you get into specifying the number of days, I just want to say, this is going to be at odds with the FDA. It could be at odds with the FDA recall strategy, and you could have practitioners here in Maine who are getting out ahead of something where the recall strategy had contemplated a different approach.
I'm going to ask to call for a 5-minute corner caucus. So we'll take a break for 5 minutes, and if the caucuses could meet, that would be great, and we'll check in with each other. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. If you could turn your cameras on, we could see who's here. Does anyone have any further questions? I don't believe we have any further questions for Ms. Robinson, so we'll say thank you and have a good day. So, excellent. And Chair will recognize Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we missing members?
Let's make sure we have folks.
There we go. Okay.
I want to make sure
Yeah.
we're ready for a motion here.
So I want to recognize the importance of this issue that we're hearing. And it doesn't seem like this is something that can be solved in a week or a month or, until we're done. I appreciate the sponsor's intent on the bill. There seem to be a lot of legal concerns around this, and we don't have any legal people in the room. That being said, there seems to be agreement around the amendment from the Maine Health Organization. So that being said, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended by striking the bill and replacing it with the amendment from the Maine Health Organization, so that we're making some forward movement on this, and then encourage the sponsor to continue to work on this issue going forward.
Representative Bernard, is that a second, or did you have a question? Not a second. Is there a second on the amendment, on the motion? Representative Geiger. Representative Bernard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Because so much of this bill would be changed by the amendment that is being proposed, I would not be comfortable in voting on this. If I were forced to vote on it today, I would be voting ought not to pass. I think there's a lot of work that has to be done on this. This puts us, even then, it puts us at odds with the FDA. I'm also very uncomfortable with the fines that are being set up in this bill. But because of all the work that still has to be done, and while I also appreciate what I think is a motivation behind this, I just can't do it now, because it's what we're offering, what we're looking at right now with an amendment is way too different than what people heard in the public hearing.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to say that if we vote on this, even with the amendment today, I would have to vote ought not to pass, simply because I don't believe, especially where that amendment changes it from the area in which we are over to the health area, because that would change the titles that it was under. That needs to be looked at by the other committee. I don't believe this falls under licensure and shouldn't be included in that part, and should be included under health committee and their expertise, and allow the public an opportunity to weigh in on such a substantial change. So I would also vote ought not to pass.
Are there any other comments or questions? Representative Hassenfuss.
I just kind of like to see a straw poll of where everybody's thinking. I'm persuadable either way, as amended or ought not to pass, and that being because there's a lot to unpack in this bill. I'm okay with the amendment because I think we say, if we give enforcement provisions to the state to enforce something that is not being done per federal regulation, I'm okay with that, because the feds have outlined how everything should work, and we're saying do what the feds say, and if you don't, there's an enforcement mechanism from the state. But I also understand that there's a lot to unpack here. And I'm okay with saying, come back next time. So I'm persuadable either way. And I guess I'm asking for anybody to argue their case if they think we should go amendment or if we should go out not to pass altogether.
Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Mr. Chair, I'll defer to Representative Bailey first.
Chair recognizes Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to jump on Representative Hassenfuss's comments. I see there's clearly a problem that needs to be addressed, and I don't think we're gonna, given the nature of the conversation and where we are and what's remaining on the table for a discussion, I think this is a much longer conversation that probably exceeds the constraints of this session as well, and probably into the next session. At the same time, I think there's an opportunity to make at least take a step in the right direction to try to start to address this issue. And it strikes me that the amendment proposed would allow us to do that while also allowing Senator Keim and advocates in our committee to grapple with this question through additional legislation in the next session, or maybe other bills that come before us, and continue to work on this over I don't think there's an immediate solution to this. I think this conversation requires bringing stakeholders together, a lot of different voices, trying to identify more Maine citizens who've had some of these challenges and hearing from them. So I think the fuller work around this issue that needs to be done is not something we can probably achieve between now and the end of the first session, or perhaps even the second session. So at the same time, I think the amendment would allow us to move in the right direction. So I am supportive of the amendment on the proposal on the table.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just remind us all that part of being on a committee means that we have the ability to fundamentally change a bill that's before us, to turn it on its head, to make slight adjustments, to make major adjustments. I agree with what Representative Bailey and Representative Hassenfuss said, and I defer to Representative Hassenfuss' sense of the legal issue around this amendment. And both he and the MMA and Ms. Robinson felt like the amendment was in fact congruent with the law, that it did not put us in an adversarial position with the FDA, but instead allowed us to make sure that the FDA's own recommendations had to be followed in Maine, which it sounds like they are not. So I would love us to pass at least this, and I agree there's much more work that needs to be done. This is clearly devices are a gap, but this begins to allow patients some redress.
Chair recognizes Senator Roberts.
You promoted me.
Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
I'm going to kind of concur with some of the previous comments. I'm on the fence on this. The motion was made to move something forth. If there seems to be, issues there, it would be nice to have consensus on this. That being said, I am at the end almost of the voting chain, and how that plays out is how it plays out. And if we need to entertain another motion after, so be it. But I move that I move the vote on the current motion, please.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask one question?
So motion, the question's been moved, and I'm gonna check in with the analyst. That does require a vote, or it does require a majority that wants to close majority. It requires a second.
A second.
Is that all it requires? I don't think so. I think it requires to shut off discussion requires a majority, as I recall. And I'm going to, so is there a majority that wants to close off debate on this? That could be a show of hands if you're ready to close off the debate. I see that we have two others that wish to speak. I don't see a majority. I will recognize Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do like the idea of Representative Geiger's amendment. I really do. I think if we could see her amendment maybe next week, and then maybe we could table it and see what Senator Keim wants to do for a new language. We could pick from that and then decide. And I think that might be the way to go. So if we could table it until then, I think it might be a better solution.
I'm going to call your tabling motion out of order only because you argued for it beforehand. But if someone else wants to make that tabling motion,
Okay.
that is okay. Representative
Right.
Austin.
I just suggestion.
It's a suggestion, not a motion.
Right.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I just challenge, I don't know who said it. Did someone on the committee say that we're not following this now? And I'm kind of challenging that. I don't think that we have a concrete set of facts that our doctors aren't following this now. I'd like clarification on that. I'd like to hear the amendment again. And I would like to also say that a lot of times there are bills that are presented, and sometimes the vehicle within which they are presented sometimes are not perhaps put together strong enough to carry the weight of the issue. And so I just share that for what it's worth. Sometimes we spend an awful lot of time trying to get to the end game, but that particular vehicle just, we keep trying to dress it and give it some extra weight when I don't think maybe it can take it. So two things, just someone say whoever said they didn't think the doctors were complying, and if I could hear the amendment again. Thank you.
So the amendment again, we'll start with that. Ms. Olson.
Okay, great. That I can do. I'm going to share the screen so everyone can see it. And Representative Roberts, I believe that your amendment was to go with the language as submitted by Mr. Austin from the Maine Hospital Association.
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm going to interrupt that 1 second.
Sure.
So Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure procedurally how to do this, but I would like to walk back my motion.
You can just say you walked back your motion.
I'd like to walk back my motion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there a motion on the floor? If someone ready to make a motion, Representative Roberts. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion ought not to pass.
Is there a second? Second, Representative Ducharme. Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I think in light of a new motion being made, my questions to the other members is now moot.
Okay. Representative Austin, you had two questions in there earlier, and is it moot now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Are you okay? Okay.
And I just want to clarify, I'm sorry, I thought, I'm aware of Mr. Austin's amendment. I thought that Representative Geiger already had put something out, but she was going to work on it. Okay.
Oh, something different. Yeah.
Just trying to keep up, just trying to keep up.
Sorry about that. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the Ms. Breton to call the roll.
Okay, so I have an ought not to pass motion made by Representative Roberts, seconded by Representative Ducharme. So if you're in favor of ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Representative Geiger.
No.
Representative Geiger, no. Representative Andrews. Absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Senator Hassenfuss, can you turn your camera on?
Sorry, yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Representative Bailey.
Sorry, no.
Representative Bailey, no. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 9 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, 2 absent. The minority report would be Representative Geiger or Representative Bailey.
The minority report for me would be ought to pass as amended.
Agreed.
Great, okay.
And what would the amendment be?
The MMA amendment that you read earlier?
Okay, just wanted to clarify. And Representative Bailey, is that true for you as well, or would you like a different minority report?
Yes, I'm in agreement.
Thank you.
Representative Geiger.
Okay. Having a majority voted on not to pass, this work session for LD 804 is closed. And Representative Roberts, do you have the next bill number up?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we've got LD 885.
LD 885. Thank you very much. An act to promote bulk retail purchasing. And Ms. Olson, the floor is yours.
All right, so we have LD 885, which is an act to promote bulk retail purchasing. This bill requires the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry to ensure that its rules and guidelines neither preclude business owners from allowing nor require business owners to allow consumers to supply their own containers for the bulk purchase of certain food and non-food items, and to provide technical assistance and education regarding best practices. The bill requires the department to report on its progress by February 1, 2022 to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. The information that I have for you today is on the history of this piece of legislation. So during the public hearing, we heard that this was a bill that was put forward during the 129th. So LD 1933, an act to promote bulk retail purchasing, was submitted to the second regular session of the 129th legislature as a concept draft by Representative Morales. The committee held a work session on February 11th, voted ought to pass as amended. The amendment that the committee voted on is the bill that is before you today. It was carried over on March 17th as a result of the closure due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It was reported out on August 12th, 2020, but as the legislature did not reconvene, the bill died upon conclusion of the 129th. So the bill before you is identical to the committee amendment, which is included below. There are two exceptions. They're just minor exceptions because time has changed. One is that the date on which the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry shall report out its progress is now February 1 of 2022 instead of 2021. And there's just a difference in the phrasing on how you refer to the IDEA committee. That's probably something that just gets cleaned up in the revisor's office. It's not substantive in any way. So instead of specifically referring to the IDEA committee, it should refer instead to the committee that has jurisdiction over the things the committee has jurisdiction over. There were in the testimony. So I dug into this and I reached out to Mr. Seneft, who was the analyst at the time. So in all the testimony, it said that the bill last in the 129th was a resolve. It was the sponsor amendment. So because it was a concept draft. So the language that the sponsor put in as an amendment was a resolve, but the committee during its work session changed it from a resolve to a piece of statutory language that you see in the bill today, with the requirement for the report as well. So that's the disconnect, because I believe almost everyone in their testimony, except for the sponsor, said that it was a resolve, but what was actually reported out was not a resolve. Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry put forward an amendment with their testimony, which I've included the relevant section of the testimony and their suggestion below, so you can take a look at it. And then I just attached in somebody's testimony, they referenced California's Bring Your Own bill. So there are some states that have laws that are similar or like this, or are considering laws that are similar or like this. And then also it falls under food and food policy. So I've included the statutory section on the online Remain Revised statutes as well. There's no fiscal status determined for this bill, but just of note, during the 129th LD 1933 note was that no fiscal note was required. I don't know if that would be true again this time around, but I would infer that it could be. So this is the bill from the 129th, the committee amendment to LD 1933. So you can see that it is in fact the same, with just the changes in date and the reference to the committee. And this is the testimony and the suggestion underlined here that came directly from Ms. Poulin's testimony, and she is from the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, in particular the division that deals with the Maine food code. That's all I have on this bill for you, and happy to answer questions. And I will stop sharing.
Are there any questions for Ms. Olson? Seeing no questions, is the bill sponsor in the waiting room? It does not appear so. Okay. Representative Roberts.
Ready for a motion, Mr. Chair?
Are we ready for a motion? Any discussion? Take a motion.
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended with the suggested language revision from DACF to what was it, to replace certain foods with whatever it was, shelf stable foods.
Is there a second? Second, Representative Pebworth. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we will call for a vote. Ms. Breton, please call the roll.
So I have an ought to pass as amended motion made by Representative Roberts, seconded by Representative Pebworth. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews? Absent. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lokini? Absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That is 11 in the affirmative, 2 absent.
With 11 in the affirmative, no in the negative, and 2 absent, this bill will be reported out, ought to pass as amended, and this work session is closed. Our next work session. That went way too fast for me. I got to get back to the right screen.
We are on 1232.
Thank you very much, Representative Roberts. We'll open up the work session for LD 1232. Let's see.
Yep.
and-
Oh, that went so fast I didn't even unmute myself or mute myself.
Go ahead, Ms. Olson.
All right. We have LD 1232, an act to clarify services provided by barbers and master barbers. This bill describes training requirements for master barbers, which is a new license category. It replaces the term barber hairstylist with barber. It defines barber pole and also prohibits installation of a barber pole at a place of business unless at least one licensed barber or master barber practices barbering at the location of the business. There is one rather large technical problem that should be addressed if the committee moves forward, and that this bill does not define the scope of practice for a master barber. The other licensed practices are defined in section 14202, which I've included below. So as the way the statute's written, you have the definition section, which defines the scope of practice for the variety of different types of things you can be licensed to do: hair design, nail technology, cosmetology. And then later has the requirements for licensure, which are essentially education and training requirements and an exam. We'll take a look at that in just a second. This bill adds a master barber education and examination requirement, but it doesn't add a definition of what a master barber scope of practice is. So that's one major technical problem. The other thing of note is this does add a new type or a new level of license, which might cause a sunrise review to need to take place. It was mentioned as well during the public hearing that a similar bill has recently gone through. In fact, in the 129th first regular session, so in 2019, a bill went through that dealt with this section of law, and it particularly addressing the term barber hairstylist. Barber hairstylist was added. So this is actually going through and changing the term barber hairstylist to barber. So I believe the sponsor indicated that that was to clean it up and to use the term that's more appropriately used within the industry. The sponsor in her testimony suggested adding the color blue to the wording of barber pole, as well as the red and white striped pole and blue and white striped poles are both associated with the practice of barbering. So this is the section that I was referring to here. So you can see when referring, for example, to the practice of barber hairstyling, it tells you it means any one or any combination of the following practices on the head of the human body for cosmetic purposes. It's not medical. And then lists what it is that you can do or what you're doing under a barber hairstyling license. And so no additional language was included for master barber in this section. And that's what I have for you this morning.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Olson? Seeing no questions. Does anyone have I see some folks are in the attendee room. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to hear from Jerry Betts and the commissioner, but I think Jerry Betts is the cosmetology board. So if we could, we'll do that one first quickly.
Okay.
Comments.
Ms. Breton, if you could, Ms. Breton, if you could bring in Ms. Jerry Betts. Welcome, Ms. Betts.
Good morning, Senator Curry and Representative Roberts and members of the committee.
I think Representative Roberts has questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Betts. I have a couple of questions for you, and then I think it's going to fall to the commissioner from there. But so I'm looking at the master barber licensing part of this piece, this proposed legislation. I'm aware that in other states such as Massachusetts and New Hampshire, where our committees, doing a lot of work around on license reciprocity, that in, say, New Hampshire, what a master barber is someone that's duly licensed as a cosmetologist and then has completed the barbering requirements as well. And then that classifies them as a master barber. Is that your understanding as well?
You're talking about the state of New Hampshire?
Right, and there's, I think, several other states as well. That's what their master barber is someone who's coloring hair as well in a barbershop, is typically a licensed cosmetologist.
My understanding with New Hampshire, their master barber is a person that does the barbering, haircuts, may do some coloring, and the other license that they have, I think they call it just barber, is sort of similar to what we had in the limited barbering, whereas the person does haircuts, barbering, but is not doing colors or chemical services.
Okay.
But it's hard to speak for New Hampshire at this point.
We have someone we can pull on.
Representative Roberts, I'd like to, I'm just noticing I did something out of order. I typically do. I usually like to have the bill sponsor come in right after the analyst, and I skipped over that, and I see that the bill sponsor is in the attendee list. So I wanted to bring it. Yeah, let's bring in let's bring in Representative Salisbury. Welcome, Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for coming to you from my car.
No, that's all right. I'm glad you're able to be here. And I wanted to give you a moment to, since public hearing, to a moment to speak on behalf of this and then answer any questions that the committee members might have.
I appreciate that. No, I'm looking forward to hearing from Ms. Betts and the commissioner to see if we do need to add any additional wording that would make it clear about the master barbering, if we need to clean some of that language up. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to be a part of this and see what we can do to have a favorable response to the bill.
Great. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for Representative Salisbury? Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Salisbury, for being here today. I'm curious, when looking at, because it isn't defined, the master barber, I seem to recall in your testimony you had said something similar to what Ms. Betts was saying with the master barber would be somebody who does all of the stuff that a barber does and does hair coloring, and then that would be the extent of it. They wouldn't be certified in cosmetology that would include nails and stuff like that. Is that correct?
Right, that would be correct. That was one of the people that I've spoken to, the barbers that I've talked to, they weren't necessarily interested in going to cosmetology school and doing the nails and things that sometimes are associated with that, strictly just doing the work of a barber. So I think that that's something that, like what Ms. Betts was just saying about some of those additional things, the hair coloring and things like that, was not. So it would be good to get some specificity into that language, defining exactly what a master barber would be would be doing.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Salisbury, I also don't see in the bill that there's any education prescribed. We're defining someone who does color, but I don't see in the bill that it says in order to do color, you must attain this or take these courses, or is there no plan for that? It would just be defined by task, not by study?
For the role of the master barber. Right, so I think that one of the things we're saying is they're not necessarily doing the coloring and those other things. They would be, it's another level of the barber. Which is defined there.
Thank you.
So again, I think it would be good to hear from Ms. Betts and the commissioner to talk more about what we could add in the bill that would lead to some of that specificity if we did need to make it more clear what the role of the barber would be.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have questions for Representative Salisbury? Seeing no further questions, I'll ask Ms. Breton to demote, Representative Salisbury to the attendee list, and questions for Ms. Betts. Representative Roberts.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can we back up one? Because to get some more information on other states, we have someone on the phone.
Commissioner Head?
No, we have a New Hampshire cosmetologist. It has how it's done in other states. I think we should start there.
Okay.
So if we can bring in Keegan Roberts, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Provide some background.
And so if we can, are there any other questions for Jerry Betts at this moment? No other questions at the moment. We might ask Ms. Betts to come back. So Ms. Breton, if you can switch Representative Austin, I think you've hit screen share, which you may not want to do. Now I'm quickly going to the participant list and trying to stop that. Representative Austin, are you there? There we go. Whew. All right, and that's right. Woo. So now we'll bring in Mr. Roberts. Let's see, I believe Representative Roberts has a question for you.
Good morning, Mr. Roberts.
Hi there. How's it going?
Can you state your licensed occupation, please, in what state?
Okay. Hello, my name is Stephen Roberts. I am a New Hampshire licensed cosmetologist, but I do live in Maine. I just wanted to come on and just ask a couple questions.
Oh,
I'll.
Wait a minute. Hold up, Representative Roberts. Representative Roberts, I'm gonna control this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I actually meant to say Mr. Roberts there. Mr. Roberts, and I just want to point out for the committee, I want to make sure that people, I think it's appropriate to know. You're related to Representative Roberts, but you also have an expertise in New Hampshire law in this. And so Representative Roberts, go ahead.
Yep. So Mr. Roberts, I'm just going to ask you a few questions if you could answer. When you were going to school for your license, what were your options in regards to licensure around cosmetology, barbering, master barbering?
So we were given the option to choose between cosmetology, barbering, or aesthetics. Cosmetology covered hair, chemical services, basically skincare, nails, and a little bit of makeup. The only thing that a barber could do that a cosmetologist could not do was use a straight razor. We were given the option once we graduated and completed cosmetology to then go over into barbering, and you would be able to skip a certain amount of hours because they would cover sanitation already in cosmetology, and that's how one would become a master barber. To my knowledge, that was the only avenue we had to become a master barber, was to be dual licensed in both cosmetology and barbering. I don't know if it was just my school that would make it so you had to start in cosmetology and go to barbering, but to my knowledge, it was cosmetology first and then barbering, and that's how you would become a master barber.
Okay, and so is there no separate category of just a master barber that has less requirements than a cosmetologist in New Hampshire?
Not to my knowledge, there was no master barber course offered at my beauty school nor anyone's nearby, I believe. I
And-
think that it was, continue?
And you've reviewed this bill, correct?
Correct. I think
In your, you said you had a couple of concerns around the way it was structured with the licensure.
Right. My concern would be how, say someone's already a licensed cosmetologist or a barber, how would they go about becoming a master barber if this says that it has to be the 1,500 hours of barbering? How does that include a licensed cosmetologist? Would they have to go back and do a certain amount? And as far as reciprocity goes, I know most, this is just based off the master barbers, I know most of them are dual licensed. So if there's a separate master barber license in Maine, wouldn't that signify something different than a master barber in New Hampshire? Because a master barber in New Hampshire would be licensed in both cosmetology and barbering, whereas a master barber in Maine would just be a separate course.
Okay, and one last question. There was some talk
Go ahead.
around the master barbers not wanting to have to deal with skin and nails. Would that seem appropriate in someone that's dealing with coloring and chemicals?
I think skin is important to learn at least the basics of. I mean, in cosmetology itself, you don't go as in depth as, say, an esthetician. It's just the basics of skin, and I think that's pretty important, especially when you're dealing with color and you're dealing with chemicals and skin's reaction to the chemicals. And it would also be helpful as far as when you're shaving faces and stuff like that to know how the skin reacts to certain chemicals, how the skin reacts to certain treatments, and it would further, I mean, they're called master barbers for a reason. They have mastery in being a barber, and that should include skincare. I don't see necessarily why you have to skip over parts that would be included in a cosmetology license. If it's a master barber, it's supposed to show that you have mastery over the field. And in my opinion, that would include at least skin, if not nails.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I believe other committee
you.
members have questions.
Yeah, Representative Bernard, do you have a question for Mr. Roberts?
Actually, I have a question for you. It's a point of order, Senator Curry.
Sure. Yep.
I'm confused, so teach me. We're bringing in new people who were not part of the public hearing. Is this normal to do?
So at the request and at the discretion of the chair, if someone has a specific expertise, but you're right, there's always a tension of is a committee kind of slipping in back into public hearing, or are we really pulling in experts on that, really pulling in people that we were wanting to hear from? And committees are notorious for turning public hearings into work sessions and work sessions into public hearings. And we always have to manage that and be careful of that. I did give this discretion because it has expertise related to the New Hampshire process. So any other questions for Mr. Roberts? No other questions. Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
You're welcome.
And at this point, I do have a question for Commissioner Head. And Ms. Breton, if you could bring in Commissioner Head and take out Mr. Roberts. Thank you, Commissioner Head. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Can you remind me of your perspective on this on this bill and what your sense of the situation is?
Well, I'm talking to you as a regulator, talking to licensees every day, and my perspective is we bent over backwards 2 years ago on the same set of issues because barbers had decreased over time, and there was an interest in a limited scope of practice, which we called limited barber. And I'll have to be candid. I think that looking at this bill, I don't think there's a need to have a master barber when we could go back to a regular barber that used to be in place at least 4 years ago. At this point, I don't think the bill really hits the mark. I mean, if you're going to raise the scope of practice or expand the scope of practice of any practitioner, there has to be a reasonable picture of that for people who go to all sorts of beauty salons. They have to know what someone's scope of practice is. And I think once you start introducing different levels here and there, it's not really helpful. So if I don't see any reason to add a master designation if there really is no difference between a barber and a master barber. And I realize we have totally confused the whole licensee pool with these new designations. It wasn't really our idea. We were trying to accommodate a member of the legislature. And I think, frankly, I did know everything about this profession until we changed all the designations. So I know Jerry has a better grip on this, but I don't think this bill does anything, to be candid. I think, if anything, maybe we reinstate the barber, the full barber license, and go back to those requirements. At this point, if we go forward with this bill, then the cosmetologists are going to say, well, wait a minute, we want to be master cosmetologists. And then we're in a different discussion with that group of licensees. And I think there is no need for this. I really don't think so. If someone wants to be a barber and they don't want to do certain things that a cosmetologist would do, then we need to go back to what a barber is. So I don't know if that helps anything, but if you go forward with it, you're going to have to figure out what the additional requirements would be to become a master barber. And I don't know what those are. I'm sure Jerry would look at that, but we didn't take a position on this bill because we weren't sure what the point was, and there were elements of the bill that just didn't seem appropriate. But I would ask the same question of Jerry Betts and see what her sense of this is. We really did try to separate certain activities within each license category, and that may not have been the best thing to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I have a couple questions, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. First of all, is the barber hairstylist to barber, is that something that can be done in rulemaking, or do we need to do that through legislation?
Unfortunately, because it was done in legislation, you would have to, I mean, I'd like to say it's a rulemaking thing, but I don't think it is. Once it's in statute, you really have to, if you want to generalize the categories and give the director rulemaking authority to make those changes, that would be a road forward. I would need to think about how that could be done.
Okay, I was just thinking for like consistency with other states. Because this kind of seems to me like more of a marketing type of bill, but I'm wondering, if it can't be used for reciprocity reasons, but there's two words that you're gonna say. You might say they're gonna make me be quiet. If we were to create a designation of a master barber, which just meant someone that was duly licensed and didn't have to have all of that, would that trigger a sunrise review?
Well, it's a matter of degree. I Technically, yes, but the committee always has the authority not to ask for a sunrise review if you can see your way clear to a statutory change that is meaningful. And that I think there are different levels of sunrise review. This would be on the lower end, so I wouldn't have any problem making that distinction, combining the two scopes of practice with a dual license, if that's what the bill was intended in the first place. And I don't really know.
It sounds like it was looking to create another level of barber that could do coloring. That one of those people would be a cosmetologist, and I'm just trying to think about reciprocity and what other states look like. And usually their master barbers are just duly licensed cosmetologists and barbers. So
just on that point, I know you didn't ask me a question, but when we were doing the work on this bill last session or whenever it was, we were aware that it could really affect someone's movement from one state into Maine. So the more complicated it gets, the harder it is for someone to move across state lines, because it's difficult to make sure to evaluate Maine licenses from another state.
Thank you, Commissioner Head. Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I may be reading this wrong, but I don't have a lot of background in cosmetology or hair or anything, except that I have mine done. And I guess how I'm looking at this, the current barber hairstylist designation that exists, the requirements for that, it seems to me that the requirements for that would equal what they're looking for a master barber, except that the barber hairstylist has nails and skin in there, whereas the master barber, they're looking for only hair coloring. Is that your understanding as well?
That's not quite my understanding, but I would prefer that Jerry Betts address that question, because she really is the expert there.
Representative Collmore, would you like me to bring in Ms. Betts?
In one moment, yes. I just have one more follow-up question. If we added the regular barber back in, Commissioner, that wouldn't require a sunrise review, correct? Because we already had it?
If you're asking me as an individual, I would say no, you wouldn't need a sunrise review, no.
Okay, and then yes, could we please bring Ms. Betts in so I could ask that question?
Great, thank you. And Ms. Breton, I see that Mr. Keegan is still in the committee. Can you bring him back to attendee list? To the attendees. Welcome back, Ms. Betts, and Representative Collmore. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Betts, thanks again for being here today. Did you hear the question, or would you like me to repeat it for you?
Could you repeat it for me, please, Representative Collmore?
Yes, absolutely. So the way that I'm understanding it, and I'm not sure I could be understanding it incorrectly, is that what we're looking at with the master barber is similar to the barber hairstylist that we already have in statute, except that the master barber, they're looking to remove the skin and nails part of the requirement. Am I understanding that correct?
That's correct.
I know that sounded really bad how I worded that.
That's okay. Can you hear me okay? Am I too loud?
Yes. No.
Am I too loud? Okay.
You're fine.
I just want to make sure. What you would be doing is going back to what originally was the barber license, where they were doing hair and coloring and some bleaching. There was also manicuring and fingernails that went along with that. Any manicuring, fingernails and toenails. So you're reverting back to the old barber license that was described in statute. The reason we went to the barber hairstylist was to reduce the hours and to address the need of the requests that we were getting. Schools were not able to enroll barber students because barber individuals were not interested in doing any chemical services, coloring, or fingernail or toenail manicuring, any nail type services. That's why we moved to this barber hairstyling. Now, it is iconic with the word barber, and it's not a word you want to eliminate. We added hairstyling because it was also bringing in more of the younger generation that didn't want to call themselves barber, but wanted to say hairstylist. So it was sort of trying to respond to both areas. For years, it's been a decrease in the population of the traditional barber that did coloring. There was very little, maybe one a year we would license, and schools could not enroll them. Calls we would get were, we don't want to do coloring or nail care or skin services. You don't have a license, and we're paying high tuition for that 1,500-hour course that people didn't want to do. So this was in response, this effort from 2019 Commissioner Head spoke about is to respond to that. This proposal is suggesting to revert back, but call it a master barber and include all of the services that were there before that, before 2019. But it's also restricting the barber hairstylist, the one that's the lower curriculum, to not allowing people to call themselves hairstylists if they prefer to instead of barber.
Gotcha.
Does that help, or did I confuse it?
Thank you very much. Very educational. Representative Bailey. You're muted, Representative Bailey. Oh, a quarter.
Sorry, I don't have any questions at this time. I was going to make a motion if the committee's ready.
Are we ready for a motion? I see Senator Searway. Are you ready for a motion? Representative Bailey.
Yeah, I'd like to
Go
make
ahead.
a ought not to pass.
I'll second it.
LD 1232. Yep.
Okay. Motion has been made by Representative Bailey and seconded by Senator Searway. Ought not to pass. Ms. Breton, can you call the roll? And actually, it would we'll say thank you to Commissioner Head and thank you to Ms. Betts. Always appreciate your expertise, Commissioner Head, and it was good to see Ms. Betts again. Ms. Breton, can you call the roll?
Yes, I have a ought not to pass motion LD 1232 made by Representative Bailey, seconded by Senator Searway. Representative Geiger.
Yes, ought not to pass.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews, absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator Searway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 11 in the affirmative, 2 absent.
With 11 in the affirmative and 0 in the negative and 2 absent, this bill will be reported out, ought not to pass. And we will close LD 1232 work session. With that, it is 12 noon. We are next scheduled to begin with LD 1214 and at 1 p.m. So we will meet back here at 1 p.m. And so we'll see you then. Please remember to turn off your screens and your microphones. And Senator Searway, I'll be giving you a call.
Thank you. How we doing?
We're doing okay. It's windy up here.
Oh,
I
it
just-
is?
I was just outside for a bit. Well, I live on a hill too. That's part of the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
But
I
anyway,
live on a hill
very-
too. Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, 435-foot elevation, something like that. Yeah.
So sometimes when you, do you snow blow your driveway and does it ever come back and fill in?
Not too bad. It blows around my house pretty well, about 10 feet or 12 feet right around the back side of it. So I'm kind of lucky, I guess.
That's very good. Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
find that we will go ahead and plow, and then it could be half an hour later, it pushes right back in. It
Wow.
just comes back. Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we're fortunate. We haven't had that problem, but
That's that county life.
yeah.
Makes us tough, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're expecting a pretty decent storm, but hey, it's only April.
Right. Well, I suppose I only get like a dust in here, probably maybe an inch of slush.
Wait a minute, what did I just walk into? Are we talking about snow?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Friday night and Saturday morning.
2 to 4 inches, I
Oh.
believe, in our area, Representative Collmore.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
2 to
is
4.
unacceptable.
2 to 4, I'd walk out in my bare feet. Come on. Yeah, no, that's not a real deal. But let's see. I don't know if I can see it here.
You know
Yeah, I
what,
live in
though?
the
I should have
foothills,
known it
so
was
I can-
coming because my parents live out in North Dakota and they pretty much have the weather we're going to get 2 days later, and
Yeah.
they just had snow. So I should have known it was coming.
Yeah.
This one they say is a nor'easter coming up the coastline.
Yeah.
The mountains are supposed to get the most, which they could use it.
Yeah. Poor man's fertilizer, they call it this time of year.
Well, we were in an awful
Thankfully,
drought
we
last.
don't have plants in the ground yet.
No, we were in a bad drought last year, so I suppose we ought to be thankful
Yeah,
for
I
precipitation
know.
of some sort, right?
It was dry last year.
I have to say that even though I don't want it to be in the form of snow, I'm glad we're getting something because I don't know if you've noticed on the highway signs, I don't know what it's like up north, Sue, but on the highway right now, going to Bangor and going to Augusta from Pittsfield, the signs all say grass fire warnings, dispose of your cigarettes correctly.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it does seem to change so quickly from, snow and flooding.
Yeah.
We'll have flooding, and then kaboom, we're in grass fire season, and
Yeah.
it's really bad.
I know.
I was out to the lake this past weekend and the lake is so low, it's ridiculous for this time of year.
Really, huh?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a dam on the end of the pond and I hope they close it, so.
Yeah.
I felt the same way, Jack, when I went down to the park to pick Jeremy up from tennis. The river in town is way lower than it is typically this time of year.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
Gets much lower, I'll have to buy more dock.
That's right. You'll have one of those walking type decks where take a
You have
hike.
to make sure it can adjust to the level of the lake though as it goes up and down.
You'll be at the brackish water.
You can't get to the water from here, but you can see it.
Right. Yeah.
I wonder if they'll adjust my taxes
really
since I can
difficult
only
to put
see
the
the
boat
water.
Right. Yeah.
No fishing off of that dock.
Have to get one of those aqua cars there. Gee.
Are you guys laughing about me?
Yes, it's
of course.
Oh, you got your Game Boy hat on or what?
Were you out in the woods? Jeez.
You go for a shot
I
walk
have
on a
on
long
my
pier?
MDOT hat and my orange vest, and I went out and watched, I don't know, almost a mile and a quarter.
Oh, wow.
Had to go out and say hi to everybody.
Yeah.
Holy
They're pro-
Toledo. And I come in and I
Sue, I
hear
think
something
you need
about a
to-
pier.
Sue, I
I'm
think you
telling
need
you.
to wear that hat to the session at the end of the month. That's the hat right
Oh,
there,
okay.
not your other hats. I want
Yeah.
you to wear that one.
It's pretty beat to, you know what? I'll do it.
It's funny how people react, to hats and stuff. One time I was doing a fundraiser over at North Country Motorcycle Club there, and there was one guy doing donuts with the motorcycle, and I was the dare officer, so I drove him with my cruiser, and he thought I was after him, so he hightailed
running?
it, and he went and jumped off the motorcycle, ran in the woods. Everybody was on the porch watching the whole thing, and they knew why I was there. They got laughing. They said, get him in cuffs. They put the cuffs to him. They said. And it was
Oh,
one of the
man.
managers. It was one of the managers.
Oh, that's funny. Well, let me get some of my hot gab off here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. What did I do when I shared my screen? What did it look like? Did I show too much?
We just saw your desktop. That's all.
That's it.
This and this.
We didn't see all of those
That's not a
pictures of you.
euphemism.
We didn't see all your
That's not a
pictures.
euphemism for anything, Sue. It's
The
just
PJs
desktop.
have got to go, though. The PJs.
I don't know how I did it. I've had an awful time getting a full view here, so I thought that was going to help. It sure did. All right, hang on. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh, my cheeks hurt.
All fun.
That's a good thing, Amanda. That's a very healthy thing.
Yeah.
It's too bad I
Yeah.
don't get to meet you guys in person because this is a fun group.
Yeah.
Apple, what you wish for.
You're right. We might.
Oh, I've appeared in front of Senator Seaway before.
We could probably arrange that for you, Miss Breton.
Yeah. Well, I've seen you and Representative Collmore here. Maybe next session we can all get together again.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Maybe this January, right?
Yeah. I'm getting my second COVID shot tomorrow.
Yeah.
I want to see my grandkids.
Yeah.
I've got one who's 4 months old that I haven't held yet.
Oh, that's such a challenge.
Wow.
Her father works for the CDC, and if you think anybody's getting near her until you've had your shots, that ain't happening.
Right.
My boys are exactly the opposite. Go do whatever you want, Dad. Don't matter.
Yeah. Oh.
All right, so seriously, which one are we gonna handle? Sue laughed. I wasn't being funny.
1287 we're handling.
Don't give me numbers. I don't like numbers. I didn't marry I married a numbers man so he could
The
take care
casket
of
one.
We want to have you
lockdown,
allow.
right? The
We want
lockdown?
we want somebody, if you decide you want to have your nephew build you a casket, let him build it.
That's the one we're dealing with.
That's the one.
Did I miss that one? Was I taking a snooze?
I think you did.
Go for a short walk?
Sue, do you remember you had internet issues Tuesday afternoon?
I think you lost it right about then.
We missed, you were out because you had those internet issues.
I never got my internet back until last night at. Wait a minute, just a minute.
Just a reminder to everyone, we are being broadcast.
Comic
I'm trying
relief
to
on
think back
YouTube.
about what I may have said.
Right.
Sorry. Okay, I missed it. I missed that one. I
Yeah,
missed
Sue, that
everything.
was around the time that you had lost your internet. I think you actually missed 2 bills that afternoon, public hearing, because of your internet issues.
I couldn't believe it. My son-in-law came last night. He said, "It isn't you." He was marveled at the fact it wasn't me. He says, "I don't think you really have any internet."
Well, good, Sue. It wasn't your fault this
I
time.
said. So I was pleased with that diagnosis. I felt much better. Oh, Lord. All right, I'll be back in a minute. I'll shut my.
Don't forget to mute, Sue. When is the snow supposed to be coming?
Friday night, I think.
Yeah,
And a
into
Saturday.
Saturday for us. But now that I look at it, it doesn't look as ominous as it did earlier in the week.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm supposed to be working outside on Saturday. I don't want that.
You're right.
I'm trying to get ready for chickens. Come on now.
Oh, boy. How many?
I think we're going to start out with 4 and
4?
see how that is. I'm working the 40 hours for my full-time job still, in addition to doing this and town councilor, so I don't want to take on too many.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah.
But I do want them to eat all of the ticks, so I want
Yeah.
some.
There you go. Last year it was so dry, the ticks didn't even dare to be around.
Yeah, it wasn't as big of a problem last year
No,
as it has been. Although I've been seeing a lot of posts on Facebook that it's pretty bad already this season.
Really, huh? Hmm.
Yeah, people who have gone out with their dogs and found 4, even though they're wearing the deep protection, they found 4 or 5 on their legs.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
I wish I could remember which agency it was. For the state too, they issued a warning saying that the deer tick count is really high.
Oh,
And
inland
be aware of
fisheries and
that.
wildlife, yeah. That'd be inland fisheries and wildlife, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder who
Judy
has that job.
Camuzzo.
What, Jack?
I wonder who has the job of counting deer ticks.
I don't know, but I don't want that job.
That's Senator Dill. Senator Dill counts the ticks.
They were talking about how outside of having like the animals that you can raise on your property to eat those ticks, that you could also be burning your grass for that. And I didn't realize that burning grass was a way to help with tick control. So that's interesting.
Yeah, you don't see it as much anymore.
Welcome
No,
back,
I remember
everybody.
growing up, there was a lot of field burning.
Welcome back, everybody, as the caucus is getting back in. My apologies, we were running late. And I remember when I first saw field burning and asked a professor friend of mine who asked why that was a thing here. And he said, well, that way people can find their tools. Like,
That would work. Yeah.
So
Good at
excellent.
night, they glow, right?
So if people are just joining us, we're going to open up work session in just a moment, and I'm going to ask. This is a continuation from the morning work session, so let's go ahead and do an introduction. So Senator Representative Geiger, can you kick us off?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Valley Geiger, District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
Hey everybody, I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Hi, I'm Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 106, Pittsfield, Clinton, and Detroit.
I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Object Ducharme. I represent House District 111, which is Madison, Norridgewock, and Solon.
Who are we missing?
I don't
Representative
think Sue
Austin?
Austin's come back.
Oh, Representative Austin is not back yet?
She was here.
We'll introduce her as she returns. Who is next?
Representative Hassenfuss, but I don't see him, so it'd be Representative Bailey.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, part of Gorham and a small port of North Scarborough.
And Representative Hassenfuss, would you mind introducing yourself?
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, Winthrop, Reedfield, and North Monmouth.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District 149, which is Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, House Chair, representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 communities of Waldo County, Senate District 11. So we're going to open up the work session on LD 1214, an act to require vehicle safety within the funeral industry. And I'm going to check in. It looks like we have a few attendees, and I'm going to ask Ms. Olson in just a moment to do the bill analysis, but I also want to recognize that Ms. Breton is our clerk and will be managing the any process of promoting people from attendee to panelist. And Ms. Rachel Olson is our legislative analyst. So Ms. Olson, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to start with LD 1214 this afternoon. This is an act to require vehicle safety within the funeral industry. So as the bill summary states, current law does not require that vehicles used in the funeral industry to transport human remains contain certain safety features to prevent harm to persons riding in the vehicles when floors or platforms are installed and when containers are being transported. This bill requires a floor or platform installed in a vehicle to be lower than the vehicle's front seats and to be secured to the vehicle so that it cannot become dislodged in the event of a vehicle accident, and requires a functioning system to be installed in the vehicle to ensure that a container within the vehicle cannot become dislodged in the event of a vehicle accident. It provides that a member of the funeral service profession or authorized representative or employee who owns or leases a vehicle used to transport human remains may not operate that vehicle unless it meets these requirements, and that the owner or leasee of such a vehicle that violates these requirements is subject to a civil penalty of not less than $5,000, and that an owner or leasee that violates these requirements is subject to a civil penalty of $25,000 if the violation is a cause of serious bodily injury or death of another person, with the violation being a factor in assessment of criminal liability.
Ms. Olson, can I interrupt for a moment? And I'm going to ask you to, I know a part of the analysis of this was the whether this was the proper committee. Can you, to review this bill, could you focus on that for now?
Sure.
And then we'll see where we are.
Okay. So in answering the question of whether this is the proper committee, it sort of comes in understanding what's going on a little bit in the sort of the law around the practice of funeral service as a licensed division, and then understanding some of the questions that the committee asked in regards to, Senator Searway asked a question regarding the unsecured loads law here in Maine, and the committee requested more information about securing loads within a vehicle. So there were questions around laws that are about highway safety, road safety, which technically do not fall within the purview of our committee. And just in looking, kind of analyzing the bill, I will mention so in other states that might do this or have their funeral boards set up differently, We did find a couple of examples of where the funeral board has some regulatory control or inspection ability over vehicles. Maryland and Florida, for example. I will mention that in the question, the committee asked about securing loads. All 50 states have laws regarding unsecured loads that could fall off of a vehicle. We weren't able to find any laws that pertain to securing loads within a vehicle. So I'll mention that, and then I'll just also, I want to just direct us, and we're actually going to come to this specific definition, I think, for the remainder of the afternoon. So we're going to spend some time here in Title 32, Section 1400, definition, practice of funeral service. So, and this defines what is being licensed, like what someone who is licensed as a practitioner of the funeral service, what that means and what they can do. So it does include the transportation of human remains, but it specifies to the place of burial or cremation. So that does not cover someone who's just transporting human remains. And we had testimony about individuals who go, for example, to pick up human remains from a crime scene or from the place where the death occurred, which could have been a home or a nursing home facility or something of that nature, and then transporting it to the hospital, to the morgue, or to could potentially be directly to a facility that deals with with human remains at the end of life. So as it says here, practice of funeral service does not include the transportation of human remains by an authorized person. So an authorized person, this was a little harder for me to uncover in Title 22, I believe. Authorized person is described as essentially a family member or an immediate family member. So this wouldn't include if you, I believe, were transporting your own, a member of your family or you were someone you were authorized to have control over the remains. So it feels like there's a hole that's not being covered. So this transportation of human remains that's not a part of a funeral service and is not by a family member, there just appears to be sort of no regulatory function or oversight over that. So I can't really speak to where it should fall. I think that would depend on what the committee wanted to do moving forward. I know that the sponsor has an amendment that the committee could consider as well that retains it within the funeral service part of statute. But if the committee was thinking about wanting to go with the broader idea of securing loads within vehicles, I think that is a question of whether or not it would fall within the IDEA committee's purview.
So a follow-up question for you,
Yeah.
Ms. Olson. There are rules though, correct? Not set, but there are rules regarding who can be permitted to, and that's out of HHS, correct? Who can be permitted? Yeah, to transport bodies and remains.
There is a permit that you have to have to transport a body. I think that's more about, I actually am not official. I'm not really sure what the permitting process is that makes you an authorized person to, for example, be the one that gets called to move a body from where it died to its next location.
Representative Roberts.
I'll wait for Ms. Olson to finish.
Okay. All right. So was there any other aspect of the analysis that related to kind of jurisdiction and appropriateness of committee?
No, that covers
Okay.
that specific element. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to get a sense of this committee. If we're thinking that this bill should be referred to another committee, I would like to, before we get into full analysis of all the rest of the implications, be able to, for the sake of time, if we're going to refer it to another committee, would like to address that now and just get a sense of folks and kind of have the conversation about that before we get into an analysis of everything. All the rest of it, it would seem like that's the question to handle first, and then if we decide to refer it, we decide to refer it. So as process goes, this bill was put before us for public hearing, so we heard it, and if we wish to report out, one of the options of reporting out is to refer to another committee. So Representative Roberts, did you want to did you have a question or make it?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair, and we can have discussion with the motion.
That's fine to have the discussion with the motion.
I would like to motion that we re-refer LD 1214 to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Is there a second on that? Senator Searway, second. Okay. Any further discussion? Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Olson. I think your bill analysis was great. And you clearly show that there is a hole where the specific piece of legislation that's being proposed does not squarely fall in any committee, and it doesn't squarely fall in HHS. And so my question to the committee is, because there's no clear guidance that this is within the purview of HHS, wouldn't it make more sense to continue working through this bill in this committee where we've had the public hearing, we've had the testimony, and everything has taken place here, short of there being some affirmative confirmation that, yes, this is within the purview of HHS, either by citing to a statute or some rulemaking authority that HHS has for this.
Thank you. And Chair recognizes Representative Bailey. Sorry, I can't keep track of the order as well, so I'm not sure if you were next, but go ahead.
I think
Representative Bailey.
Senator Searway's had his hand up for a while.
Senator Searway, I'll defer. Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
I'm in a sense I'm with Representative Hassenfuss, but I think it really, I reached out to public safety, and they said that it's not there. It's usually under either transportation for them, and I talked to Major Scott and Lieutenant Scott, and they felt that if it went into the purview of changing Title 29A for a certain section, that they would look at it, but it's not under their purview, so they're not really looking at it. So from what I understand, this bill, that they didn't have intentions of putting it under transportation because they didn't really want to go that route. But I do think that maybe it goes under DHHS because of the corpse basically is part of it. And so I think that's why I think it should go under them. It's beyond our scope. And so that's why I second that motion. So I think we would be peddling water, but not going very far. That's bottom line, I guess.
Chair recognizes Representative Bailey.
So my understanding is it could involve a corp, but not necessarily, right? It could also be the equipment in the vehicle without the the body that could be involved in an accident. So that's another complicated matter. It strikes me that this is a bill that probably could go to several different committees. That could have been sent to Transportation, Health and Human Services, or us. And we're sort of that odd committee that has a hodgepodge of things that would otherwise go to education or other committees. And because of I know the legislature used to have joint committee meetings where, two committees would actually get together and hear a bill, and that doesn't really happen anymore outside of appropriations. So it strikes me that I think, as Representative Hassenfuss said, we've already held the public hearing. It was, the public was informed that it was going to happen. We had her testimony. We have an opportunity to deliberate on it. And rather than sending it to another committee that has a fuller load than we do, and given that it is one of those bills that sort of transcends different sectors, and I feel like that's sort of where the IDEA committee was put in this mix, is to be able to handle bills that could go to a couple different places. Where is its home? I think I'm very comfortable with us continuing to work this bill and make a recommendation to the full legislature and dispense with it.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know during this, the first time of hearing this, has been debate over where it was appropriately placed. To me, I have to concur with both Representative Bailey and Pacifist. I think this is probably a really pretty good spot, and I'll tell you why. This is where the licensure is. This is where the Board of Funeral Directors, the oversight is. And to me, to fragment this issue, which we have seen the seriousness of it perhaps not having been addressed, or at least not attended to in some manner, I think it makes it much more holistic to keep it where the subject matter is. I mean, in the past, over the years, this is where bills have come. And I think you get things separated and split, and I think it makes it difficult for the very people that are providing this service, to continue to stay abreast of what let's say if there's new regulation, new oversight in this manner. I think this is the place to do it. I'm not saying I'm right, but that's the feeling I have. We have the commissioner who's handled this board, and worked with this board. She didn't handle them, worked with this board, and I think we've got some good oversight in the inner workings of the department. So we have heard it. We have heard concerns. We've heard from different providers of the service. So I probably, I would, like I said, I'd concur with the two gentlemen. I think we ought to either finish it up in some manner, some appropriate manner, and take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Austin. Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly not meaning to complicate things more, but it does seem like when it comes to the actual remains, human remains, that this is falling under, just like cremation, is falling under HHS. So I'm looking at their burial rules, and Chapter 1 is titled Transportation, Storage, and Final Disposition of Dead Bodies. And those are HHS rules that I'm looking at. So, and the fact that both chairs of HHS are in concurrence with this bill being moved to them is where I'm kind of standing.
Ms. Olson, can you make sure those are shared with the committee members? Do you have those rules?
Representative Roberts, are you referring to I believe actually for another bill I shared the rules? Are those the rules you're referring to, the handbook?
I just emailed them to you.
I think those are the rules that I emailed to you earlier today.
I'm opening it, sorry.
Thank you.
I can send these out. I'll email forward them to the committee now. I would need a moment to review them. Just a moment. I'm going to send them out.
Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that our oversight is really over the board itself and not the actual, unless it's pertaining to going to a funeral or burial service in the movement of the remains, I really don't feel that this falls under our purview because of the fact that it does have that gap in the description of what the board actually oversees. And so if we pass this under our area, we're still missing a really large gap of people who are licensed to transport who may not necessarily be funeral directors or funeral home people under that umbrella of the board. And so I would be, especially given that HHS has been in agreement with that this should come to them, that I would agree that we should allow this to be reported to another committee.
Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my testimony, my written testimony, it cites the rules, and there actually are rules relating to the transportation of body within the funeral industry. So that would be the Department of Professional Financial Regulations, 331 Maine State Board of Funeral Services, Chapter 12, titled Transportation of Human Remains. So it appears as though both DHHS and Department of Professional Financial Regulation have rules relating to the transportation of human remains, and the rules from the Department of Professional Financial Regulation deal primarily with the funeral industry, and that is precisely the purview of this legislation. Is we're looking to deal with persons in the funeral industry, not family members who are transporting bodies.
Chair recognizes Representative Bailey.
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down from before.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Yes, I beg everybody's indulgence. I thought of something else. Ms. Head must be in the waiting room. Commissioner Head? That's a question.
If
you're
I may,
looking.
No,
I
she's
believe
not.
I believe it's Miss Hawk, who is the manager of. I'm going to get the title wrong, but she essentially manages the funeral board as well as other boards. But she's the representative in the waiting room.
Okay. If I could just.
I do not see her in the waiting room. Ms. Hawk?
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do. So would you like to ask Ms. Hawk a question?
yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a flashback of another responsibility that probably we're all aware of, but is there anything that she could add that a lot of times, I don't know, I feel like within this service across Maine, that the service providers are really quite cooperative in helping each other out, doing, meeting some of the needs. I know we talked about at the scene of an accident, and I know sometimes just transmittal to the state, I don't remember, the department's gone right out of my head, but oftentimes for processing autopsies. So I just wonder if there's anything there that would affect or kind of lean towards our oversight with some of those services that they give that we as lay people oftentimes would not be particularly aware of. I'm just looking for a little more, I guess, a little broader picture. I know they have a great deal of responsibilities, and I just think that maybe we're not aware of all of them. Maybe that Miss Hawk could give us a hand. I don't know. I thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me. I missed the first part of your conversation when I was joining the Zoom conference. Were you looking for the list of responsibilities that funeral practitioners have?
I'll try to abbreviate that. I was speaking to the fact that knowing in our area here, there's quite a few of the service providers in Cumberland County that I'm familiar with. So over time, and not necessarily because of the committee, but I have heard of their cooperation and collaborating amongst each other to kind of do coverage sometimes, because it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I just wondered, I know that oftentimes body either perhaps from a crime scene and or an accident, the bodies have to be transmitted to the, to have their state, what do we call him? The director of, medical director, I guess, to give the oversight for an autopsy. And I'm just wondering for just a fuller vision, are there some things that we're not thinking about that can help us see this picture and their responsibility more clearly, that may enhance our subject matter? I mean, we're struggling to try to find right places and right ways to help and give safety and oversight, but maybe you can help us.
Thank you for going over that again. I'm not the expert on which committee it should be in, but what I can say is, as you know, the Board of Funeral Service Practice touches on many different statutes. And as Ms. Olson had pointed out, in the actual definition, it includes transporting the body to the final burial place. That's the definition of, or included in the definition of funeral practice. I think Title 22, Chapter 709, that talks about disposal of dead bodies. But I'm not sure I've actually found anywhere if there is a designated person only that can remove a deceased person from the place where they passed away. Did that answer your question?
In part, I'd like to have that answer because I have another situation that I'm aware of that happened a few years ago, and I will withhold on telling that if we could get an answer to if there are designated, a list of people that are pre-approved to go to certain locations and move remains. Maybe this isn't important. I don't know. I look to the committee.
So the question, I want to just make sure I'm clear in understanding your question, Representative Austin, is are people certified in some way? Are they permitted to move remains, and where does that happen?
Yes,
is that in the DHHS rules or the HHS? Right.
With them or us or whatever. Thank you.
Ms. Olson, in your research, have you found any answer to that?
Sorry, I couldn't get my mute. I'm reading the rules Representative Roberts shared as I follow along with the discussion. I did not find anything in statute that said that there was a specific person responsible. So in Maine statute, I did not find that. It could be described here in rule, which I am reading now, although, so off the cuff, I'm looking, there is a burial transit permit. I'm not sure I can say those words together. That is required for any transport of a dead body except transport by a funeral director having custody of the dead body from the site where death occurred or where the funeral director received custody to an establishment of a funeral director. There's a lot to unpack there about the site where death occurred, received custody, and establishment. This is definitely a topic that is not as easily clear as one may think. So we need a little bit more time on this, but it's possible. I believe there are members of the Maine Funeral Board Association who spoke about how they go to do these pickups, and as they're the ones that are doing it, they might have more information on that. I will certainly keep looking at these rules, but I can't give you a definitive answer on that at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. There are other questions. This is in relation to, I'm recognizing we have a motion on the floor, which is to refer to HHS. Are there other questions or concerns or statements? Seeing no other, I'll ask Ms. Breton to call the roll.
We have a motion to re-refer to HHS made by Representative Roberts, seconded by Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews, absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator Seaway.
Oh, I thought you said Senator Seaway once.
I said it's seconded by you.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
No.
Representative Austin, no. Representative Hassenfuss.
No.
Representative Hassenfuss, no. Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Bailey, no. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. So 8 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 2 absent.
So with 8 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 2 absent, we have voted to the majority report will be, the majority report will be referred to refer to another committee, and that committee being HHS.
If I may, I just, it's just to note, because it's the first time the committee has done that. So in this case, the majority report is to re-refer to HHS. That makes the minority report ought not to pass. That's just the other option. So I just
There's
wanted to
no
make-
other option?
Yeah, that's how it, there's no other option. In this case, with the vote to re-refer. I'm happy. And certainly if someone thinks that that's inaccurate, I'll reach out. I also just want to mention the process. So this, it's not a guarantee that it obviously goes to the other committee. So it will go to the floor to be re-referred.
Right, but that is our report to be referred to that committee, correct?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And so that with that vote, there's nothing on the floor any longer. That work session is closed. I see Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes, this is just a procedural question for Ms. Olson. And that is, so I don't want my minority report to be ought not to pass. So if does that mean that I have to join the majority, or how does that work? I'd like my minority report to be, that it ought to stay in IDEA committee. But I don't want to speak to whether it ought to pass or ought not to pass.
Sure. I did ask this question, and as I mentioned, it's what I was told, and I'm happy to go back because it was more of a passing question, given that the committee had been considering potential re-referrals on a number of bills based off of conversation. So I'm happy to reach out to my office. I can do that now while we're working and hopefully get a response back before we end today, so that we could potentially clarify this issue before we move forward.
Yeah, that would be great if you could, because if it means I have to support ought not to pass, then I'd like to change my vote. So some clarification on that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll do that now.
Great, and the chair will obviously support you. The goal is to make sure everyone has the vote they want going out of committee. So, chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Olson, I guess I was just looking for clarification too. So what you think at this moment is that we would not be able to say, gosh, it's gone right out, lack of support to move it because we would prefer the retention of it staying here with IDEA. You're going to get clarification on that, I guess, as well. Get that clarification as well. I
Yes,
understand.
I'm-
Go ahead.
Oh, yes, I'm reaching out now, and I should have an answer shortly, certainly before we wrap today.
Appreciate
So
it. Thank you.
You would prefer not to have an ought not to pass report out as well?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Okay, great. All right, so that closes the work session on LD 1214. And Ms. Breton, I'll ask you to promote Ms. Hawks to the attendee list and promote actually, I believe our next up is we will now open, might as well do it. Let's open, we will now open LD 1223, an act to allow crematories using chemical dissolution processes in facilitation other than cemeteries. And I will ask the same thing of you, Ms. Olson. I know you're doing 4 different things right now. Do you need a moment?
I am all set.
Okay, very good. So I guess I'll ask the same thing. I know this one during public hearing, we also had questions about whether this was the right committee, given the processes being described. So can you introduce the bill analysis, and if you could emphasize the start with the summary of it, and then go into the questions around appropriateness of committee, or what part of law we're dealing with here.
Okay, so yes, I can do that. LD 1223, an act to allow crematories using chemical dissolution process in facilities other than cemeteries. So this bill exempts crematories that exclusively use a chemical dissolution process to dissolve human remains from the law governing the size and age of cemeteries in which a crematory may be erected. The bill also requires the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, State Board of Funeral Service, to adopt rules for the establishment and operation of crematories that exclusively use a chemical dissolution process to dissolve human remains. It also requires the department to submit a report related to the rulemaking to the Joint Standing Committee to our Joint Standing Committee by December 1st of 2021, including the department's recommendation for suggested legislation. As you noted and like me to cover, it was also noted in testimony and is worth noting here as the bill analysis is that there are concerns about this process, the being moved to and regulated by the State Funeral Board, as currently cremation, the actual process of cremation is regulated by Maine CDC's Division of Environmental Health. Although the section about where a crematory can be built, it falls, I think, within our section of the funeral board, sort of what you have to do to run a crematorium and the health related to that, the health regulations related to that are under DHHS. The license issued by the board, the Funeral Service Board, is a license for the practice of funeral service, which again, I told you we were going to spend some time in that definition, so it's included again below. But to note, it excludes the ownership or operation of a cemetery, crematorium, or et cetera, other similar things. So the department indicated that this expansion of the regulatory authority of the board would trigger a sunrise review, but it's also a lot of technical knowledge that would be required. So they would need to hire an environmental specialist, which obviously the Division of Environmental Health has on staff already as it deals with cremation. So that's that was the significant concern around that.
1 second,
and
Represent.
yes, representatives.
Senator Searway, you had a question?
Yes, I just, you know, I've been looking through this, and it says the regulatory group is through the CDC through DHHS, and and from all of this, to me, it's beyond our scope, and with cremation and whatever, and you know, I'm ready to, rather than spending a lot of time on this, you know, I think that really should go into the DHHS hands. And so I think that I'd make a motion to move it to DHHS, because I think we're just over our heads on this with the cremation part.
Second.
Is there a second? Second, second, Representative Roberts. Are there further questions? We cut off Ms. Olson from her presentation. I wanted to make sure if anyone had questions, they had enough time to do so. Ms. Bernard, Representative Bernard.
Sure. Thanks very much. I was just wondering if you have any indication at all that there would be some openness to DHHS to take this bill?
Yes, great question. I will. I spoke with Senator Claxton, and he looked at both of these and said, yeah, they make sense to be in HHS. And I also I've texted with Senator Carney, and she agrees that would be a fine place for this bill. She's as the bill sponsor. So, is there any further discussion? Are we ready for a vote? Looks like we are. Ms. Breton, will you call the roll? And so the motion is to refer LD 1223 to or re-refer LD 1223 to Health and Human Services.
Okay, and the motion made by Senator Seaway, seconded by Representative Roberts. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews is absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 11 in the affirmative, 2 absent.
With 11 members voting to re-refer, that will be our report, and no minority report on this one. So we'll close the work session for LD 1223, and we'll open up the work session for LD 1287, an act to allow unlicensed persons to sell caskets to bury human remains. And Ms. Olson.
Sorry, I got a response back to the question that we had, and so the answer to that is the report. Actually, those in the minority for 1214 can in fact give me a minority report. It just can't be to not refer. So they would need to have a report, ought to pass, ought not to pass, ought to pass, ought not to pass, or ought to pass as amended. So they can put forward any minority report. They just can't say that their vote is just not to re-refer. So I do need a minority report.
Gotcha. We'll close, I'm going to close the work session. We will open it back up in a moment. We'll close work session for 1287. We'll return to, I guess, now we're talking the work session for 1214 and for developing a minority report.
Or reports.
Or reports, that's correct, thank you. So Representative Hassenfuss?
I was hoping that my report could be ought to, refer to this committee, but it sounds like that's not possible, right?
Correct. So that, and I will apologize for my own confusion. As I mentioned, I only asked in passing, and so got the two confused. That's the one thing you can't do. You would have to put forward a minority report of one of the other options. So either ought not to pass or ought to pass as amended, or straight ought to pass.
And then the procedure for this is going to be, it's going to go back to the House and Senate for a vote on whether it will be referred or not, or whether it'll be passed or not. Is that correct?
Yes. So the report will go forward. The majority report would be to refer to another committee, and the minority report or reports would be what the three individuals would like to put forward.
Okay. And then we'll get you can only reconsider if you're in part of the majority, though, correct?
Yes, that is, but it's, yes, this is definitely not as commonly done. I'm no expert in this, so, but yes, that is my understanding. Representative Callamore has her hand up. I don't know if she knows more.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen.
No, it's
Representative
okay.
Callamore.
I was just wondering if we needed to do a reconsideration motion so that if the representatives wanted to jump onto our majority, we could do that. And if the answer to that is yes, I would make the motion to reconsider to allow them to change their votes if that's what they would like to do.
Let me ask Representative Bailey and Representative Austin what their preference is.
I'm just speaking for myself. I'm supportive of this bill, so happy to vote ought to pass on it, but I'm also happy to join the majority report if that's what I'm going to follow your lead on this one, because I think I'm in the same camp that you are. So, but that's where I am.
Rep. Austin?
My concern is that, there has been considerable emotion put into it thus far. And what we're doing is we're in the referral for good, bad, or indifferent, we're just continuing that emotion. And I just feel like we've been made aware of it, and I'd like to give it a good decision. And I know Representative Hassenfuss is highly engaged in this, as I would be if it were someone right close to me and my community, as well as all Mainers. I wish I could think of some way that we could. I don't know what the verbiage would be to. My second thought, and then I will defer, is again, along with the family, but along with the service providers, it's this trail that we continue to, we've had good testifying, and now we're gonna make them do it all again. And I know that's the process, but I'm sensitive to it because people do have to earn a living and they do have to be at their job sites giving the service. So I don't know if you fellas can think of something.
I mean, I'm happy to do an ought to pass as amended, and then the three of us could work on an amendment that we're comfortable with for language review for that ought to pass as amended. If both Representative Bailey and Representative Austin would be comfortable with that.
I'm happy to do that. I just don't know our time frame.
Yeah, agreed.
Where's Miss Olson? How much time would we? Oh, she just. She's like, she's grinding her teeth.
No, I'm sorry. Not to your comment, only just my level of experience obviously leaves me in a slight disadvantage because again, my understanding is that I would need that report. I don't need the exact language, but I need at least your, I need you to tell me what you would want me to draft for you, which I would draft and bring back for language review.
The amendment that I sent you, I think is fair. And what I'll do is I'll read that for Representative Bailey and Representative Austin. And if it's something that you're comfortable with, let me know. If it is not, then we can maybe tweak that a little bit right here.
Do I need to withdraw my motion since that's not going to be a consideration? I just want to make sure procedurally I do this correctly, because I don't want to do a reconsideration if they're going to go with the minority report.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it as a consideration. I heard it as or I didn't hear it as a motion.
Okay.
I heard it as a consideration. So yeah, I didn't pursue it as a motion. I was letting us discuss. So
okay, that's perfectly fine. I just wanted to make sure procedurally I was doing the right thing.
Can I ask just a point
I
of
see.
order? Sorry.
Yeah, Senator Sear.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having a question with this. If you have a minority report and you're trying to move it somewhere, it's like putting it in two different situations, because now the minority report is something that's going to go for a vote for the House and the Senate, but yet the moving is going to what committee? So I'm kind of confused here how this is going to work.
That's a great question. It all goes to the floor. It all goes to the floor. There would be a majority report that says refer to HHS, and there will be a minority report ought to pass as amended or ought not to pass or whatever. And so there would be, if the floor decides to refer to a committee, it would go to that committee. If the floor decides to accept the minority report, they would accept the minority report.
And if they're going to do that, I really felt that this was where you say a loose load in a vehicle and it caused a death. It's a public safety issue that caused an accident. I was just reading from Lieutenant Scott.
Mr. Chair, point of order that we stay on the minority report.
Yeah, I think we are at Senator Searway, I think we are at a question of this is their minority report, and we're not. We haven't been voting. We haven't voted or haven't decided to reconsider.
Okay.
So I think it needs to stay on where their report is.
Okay.
So,
all right.
You know what, Senator Searway.
Yeah.
Representative Hassenfuss, go ahead.
Sorry, I totally hear what you're saying, in that there's one majority report that's saying this ought to go to another committee. And then there's a minority report that's saying this bill ought to pass. And if I pushed it, I could say I want a floor vote on this bill ought to pass as amended the way that I've written it. And that's not the intent of the majority of what this committee wants. That the majority of what this committee wants is to have a full and fair and open work session, just not in this committee.
Right.
But just to clarify, can I just jump in and ask a question?
I want to bring this in. So this is the discussion at hand now. The only appropriate discussion at this point is what is the minority report. So those who are part of the minority report can have that discussion. I think the rest of us need to let them have that discussion.
So Representative
Bailey, you're a part of the minority. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So Representative Hassenfuss, just to back up a little bit, what will happen is Senator Curry in the Senate and Senator Roberts in the House will move the majority report to refer this to HHS. And the likelihood is that both chambers will vote for that because the chairs are moving it and suggesting it. And so that means our minority report just basically dies and it goes right back to HHS and they start the process all over again. So that's my understanding. So we're sort of registering our dissent here by saying the bill ought to pass, and perhaps the committee, HHS, will consider that. Probably not, but it's just for the record. That's
and that is my intent as to what I'm looking to do. Senator Searway, I am not looking to, to go around and find an underhanded way to get this bill passed on the floor. That's not me. That's not how I operate. And you have my word that I'm not going to do that. And I hope that you're comfortable with that, because I'd like to voice the vote that I would like to have, but I'm not going to ask for a floor vote on this. And I don't expect Rep. Bailey or Rep. Austin will. And you have my word, and my word is my bond. So if the committee is comfortable with that, then I'd like to stay in this position. If the committee is not comfortable with that, then I'm willing to join the majority report, but my preference would be to, ought to pass as amended, and I will allow it to move through the process.
So, Ms. Olson, do you have the language that you need for Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes, I have Representative Hassenfuss's amendment that he emailed me this morning, I believe. And I emailed that language to Representative Austin and Representative Bailey just now, if you would like to take a look at it, to let me know if you also agree.
And Representative Austin, I wanted to give you information that the HHS committee does not need to have a public, if they take it. A public hearing has occurred. They can choose to have a public hearing. They can invite whoever they want to invite in a work session. But the requirement for public hearing has happened, and they can watch it and they can read it. But it's up to them. It would be up to them how they move forward.
May I respond?
I think the question is on the language of what you want. That's where we are. That's just a process answer.
I have never seen a process. I've never been put in this position. So this is really a strange new one to know that we're down to just the two choices. How long is the amendment? Could Ms. Olson read it? I'm not going to be able to pull it up right this second.
Yeah, I'm happy to read it. I have it right in front of me, or she can, either way. So the amendment, and this is an amendment that was drafted last night after meeting with, all of the stakeholders and trying to come to some sort of consensus, doing the best that we could, which I won't go into all of that. And so this is my summary of that.
Representative Hassenfuss, can I interrupt for a second?
Yes.
And I want to make sure this is an attempt to fix process here, because I don't want to put Representative Austin in a rush to vote on something that she didn't have. I want to propose that we do something here, which is my proposal would be, and I want to look for a sense of, does this get us through this process? We vote to reconsider. We vote to table. We give people time. And then we bring it back up and at our next earliest moment that we can do this, so that those who have want to be able to support it and or not can get their vote, the vote that they want. Is that a process that that this group would meet the need, so that they can register the vote that they want? I know we're getting pressured to move things on time, and this would have to come very fast. That is one thing might get us moving, because we're spending a lot of time on this and not moving very fast. Yeah. So, Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask we put a timeline on the tabling, if that's the case.
A time limit on tabling, like how long?
Yes, until we bring it back, so that it gets done before we go back to session.
I would be great. Would you want to make that motion? I've actually not run into a deadline on the tabling yet, so that would be a new thing for me.
An agreement that this.
An agreement to can we add it to Tuesday?
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider. Where are we here? 12:14.
Is there a second? Second, all those in favor? Raise your hand.
Yes, right.
Do we have it? I want to make sure we have a majority there. All those in favor? Okay, I'm seeing a majority. Okay. So reconsidering 1214, is there a motion to table? Representative Roberts.
A motion with that we table LD 1214.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second? Second, Representative Bernard. Senator Searway. Tabling, I'm sorry, I forgot the tabling motion's not, I see you, Representative Austin. Tabling motion is not a debatable motion. So at this point, all those in, Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
Senator Curry, I just had a question really quickly because the idea was that there would be a time limit. Does that need to be in the motion?
It's not part of the motion, and so that was more an agreement. So
look,
okay,
if it's just going to make this easier, I can join the majority report. I'm okay with.
Let's go with the tabling. That's where we are. So, Ms. Breton, can you call the roll?
So we have a tabling motion made by Representative Roberts, seconded by Representative Bernard. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews is not here. Representative Pedworth.
Yes.
Representative Pedworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
No.
Representative Ducharme, no. Representative Austin.
Yes, with a thank you to the consideration for process.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That looks like 10 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 2 absent.
So the vote has been voted. The LD 1214 has been tabled, and we will bring it up as soon as we can. And we'll now open up. We've already dispensed with 1223, and we'll now open up LD 1287. An act to allow unlicensed persons to sell caskets to bury human remains.
Okay, LD 1287, an act to allow unlicensed persons to sell caskets to bury human remains. This bill allows a person to manufacture or sell a casket or container for the final disposition of human remains without being licensed for the practice of funeral service. This was a very short conversation during the public hearing. It was noted by Ms. Hawk that the way that the current statute is written, that there's just some confusion around a third party being able to manufacture or sell a casket. I think in practice that can actually occur, but when looking at the law, it's not clear that that's legal. And there were some questions that came up around that recently that brought it to the attention of the legislature and OPOR. Ms. Hawk put forward an amendment she shared an amendment with the sponsor, who then had me share it as well with the committee, and I've included it for quick reference here at the bottom. It does the same thing as the original bill put forward, but it's addressing really the lack of clarity within Section 1400 definitions, practice of funeral service. So practice of funeral service also means making arrangements for funeral services. And then it did read, or selling funeral supplies to the public, or making financial arrangements for the rendering of such services or the sale of such supplies. So while these things are or may be occurring by individuals who are practicing funeral service, it didn't it wasn't intended to preclude anyone else from doing it. For selling caskets, manufacturing or selling them. So by striking those two sections and adding this last line for the purpose of this section, practice of funeral service does not mean the manufacturing or selling of caskets or an alternative container, or alternative containers by a person without a license. So making it clear that you do not need a practice of funeral service license in order to manufacture or sell caskets or alternative containers. And I believe Ms. Hawk is still with us as well. If there are some questions about the background or the history, apparently this was just a relatively outdated section of the law.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Olson? I do have a question for Ms. Hawk. I'd like to hear her perspective. Welcome, Ms. Hawk. Welcome back. I'm just wanting to make sure we're cleaning up old bad language and there's no unintended consequences here. Is that correct?
You are correct, Senator Curry. Excuse me. Yes.
All right. So does anyone else have questions? Representative Ducharme.
Sorry, thank you, Senator Curry. I couldn't hit the mute button. Am I correct in saying you can't bury a casket in any cemetery in the state of Maine without a vault?
For me?
For Ms. Hawk, yeah.
That's a good question. I think it's a better question for the cemeteries corporations group, which I think is DHHS. I don't.
I'm pretty sure of that. I'm pretty sure of that. I've been best friends with a couple of funeral directors for quite some time, and for me, this is just, if somebody wants, Uncle Jim to make him a beautiful oak casket, it's going into a concrete vault in a cemetery anyway. So why do we care? So that's my position on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see that Representative Kennedy is also in the waiting room. I'll ask her to come in. Representative Collmore.
I can hold if you're bringing Representative Kinney in. I was going to make a motion.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Kinney. Glad to have you here. It looks like we're almost ready to make a motion. Is there anything more that you wanted to say on your bill?
Oh, thank you, Senator Curry. Yeah, I am in agreement with the amendment proposed through Jennifer Hawk through the department and the board. It is simply about the casket being able to be sold. And I know a lot of cemeteries do, and I'm not an expert on this by any means, but I know a lot of cemeteries do require a vault, but that's not the case that's not the issue at hand with this particular piece. I think some of the cemeteries around me doesn't matter, but we're a nice small town they're not quite as formal with all of that stuff, but that would be a separate issue altogether. This is just about the casket itself, and goes back to just the fact that a friend of mine had been building one for his brother and people wanted to buy it, and when he looked at the law he couldn't sell it, but the rules are harder to see, and so this just aligns the rules and the law together, which makes sense to just do that. It's a simple fix.
Thank you very much. Did anyone have a question for Representative Kinney? Seeing no questions, thank you. Ms. Breton, if you would promote Representative Kinney back to the attendee room. Good to see you. And Representative Bernard, I'm sorry, you do have a question. I missed that. I thought you were waving. I thought you were waving to Representative Kinney.
Sorry, I don't have a question, but I noticed that Representative Collmore has her hand up.
Representative
Yes,
Collmore,
I'm just holding.
I thought she was holding for a motion. So very good. And so Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move ought to pass as amended.
Second.
Ought to pass as amended, and it's been moved and seconded. And I might just question here, I want to make sure I didn't miss it. Ms. Olson, what you described was with the amendment, correct?
Yes, what I described and shared is the amendment that Ms. Hawk and the sponsor both indicated that they support.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Is there any further question or debate? Seeing none, I'll ask Ms. Breton to call the roll.
So not to pass as amended, motion made by Representative Collmore, seconded by Senator COA. Representative Geiger.
Can I interrupt for 1 second, please? It seems that you pushed Representative Bernard into the attendees accidentally instead of Ms. Hawk.
Thank you for the assistance there.
There she is.
Thank you. We would have noticed that at a certain point. And welcome back, Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much for noticing.
Ms. Breton, will you please call the roll now?
I will move Ms. Hawk first.
Okay.
So Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews, absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator COA.
Yes.
Senator COA, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative, 2 absent.
With 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative, and 2 absent, that will be the report out, will be ought to pass as amended from this committee. So with that, we will close the work session on LD, I lost track, LD 1287. Thank you all very much. That's the last on our session. I just wanted, as an announcement, just to let you know, we'll be trying to bring back that. My intention is to bring back the LD 1214 to bring it off the table next week. And so if we could be ready by Tuesday, that would be ideal. It's both days have pretty full days on them. And so that would be my targeted time, just to give you a heads up. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
So moved and seconded. All those in favor somewhere. Have a good evening. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Mr. Chair, does Ms.
Good.
Olson have anything for us?
Oh, is there any?
No, that's fine today. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good night.
Happy birthday, Representative Bailey.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Enjoy.